Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, the final chapter and the last stand, of course, for this ultimate showdown. After 2 relentless days of high stakes battle, we've already arrived at day number 3, the grand conclusion of this epic tournament, where only 5 matches separate us from crowning a champion. I'm Red Queen, and alongside me is, of course, Torix, ready to guide you through every moment of this electrifying finale. Of course, the leaderboard is razor thin and Indonesia stands tall, but hey, Pakistan refuses to back down, and we are about to find out just who will be emerging victorious from this fight.
Most certainly, we will be finding out who is going to emerge victorious from this day onward, because there's only 5 more matches, and you don't have a lot of matches to play on. The Sanhok, those Erangels, those Miramar, that's all it's going to take for us and for you to conclude which one of you is going to be taking that 40% of the prize pool of the 1 million in total. Who is going to be the crown champion of the Asia Showdown presented by ESAN, Esports Association of Nepal. So with all these actions, the 2 days, they were super amazing. They were amazing on the fact that every single team was not backing down. Yesterday, okay, even Nepal Blue managed to secure and overtake their own peers from the Nepal Red, and take their spot on the number 3. So these tits and tats, that's are definitely happening. Nepal White did a very amazing job yesterday in yesterday's matches. They got us consistency. They managed to get some decent points for themselves. We saw at least 1 or 2 games where they were having more than 5, more than 6 elimination at a single time. So and overall day number 2 for the Nepal White was also really good. But now it all comes down to the singular day, the singular 5 matches action that's going to determine whether you're going to be into the top 5, whether you're going to be eligible to get that 1 million prize pool cut, or you're going home empty-handed.
Yes, sir. And Nepal squad's definitely on a hunt. They're really fighting for national glory here. And of course, we cannot deny the power that's coming from Vietnam as well. They've already proven that they can disrupt the hierarchy. There is no more time for second chances, that is for sure. No more room for caution. It's all or nothing for today, ladies and gents. So today, every squad faces the same question. Will they rise to the occasion or crumble under pressure? So again, we do have 5 matches, 5 moments that will define careers and rewrite, of course, legacies and carve new legends in the history of Asian PUBG Mobile Esports. But then again, how much are these teams fighting for exactly? So the total prize pool is 1 million Nepali rupees, and of course, the first place will get the lion's share, which is of course equivalent to 400,000 Nepali rupees. And let's not forget, of course, we also have an individual prize, which is the most valuable player gonna get a total of 50,000 Nepali rupees as well.
I mean, it is gonna go either to the number 1 or the number 2 position. That is one thing that we know for sure. But aside from that, going into the second place gets 200k NPR for themselves. The third place gets 150k. Fourth place gets 100k. Then from the 5th place and the 6th place, okay, correction, I was wrong on the first thing when I said you have to be into the top 5. No, you have to be into the top 6, because 5th and 6th gets a 50k NPR for themselves, where 5th and 6th places are getting 50k for the whole team. The MVP is receiving a 50k individually. This is the dispersion before the prize pool right here, ladies and gentlemen, on our screen. And oh my god, this is a very hefty prize pool if you're converting it into your own currency, or you're keeping it even in the NPR as well. This is a very big prize pool, but the teams, the countries in fact, that are fighting for this prize pool and for this glory are the Nepal, Indonesia, we have Malaysia, we have Vietnam, we have Laos. So once again, Lebanon, Mongolia, Timor-Leste, there's Bangladesh, there's Jordan, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Maldives, and Syria. These 16 names, 16 teams in fact in total, they will be clashing again for the day number 3 against one each other to find out who's going to have the glory, who's going to be the crown champion of the Asian Showdown.
if you guys were already here day 1 and day number 2 of this competition, of course, this was rather brought to you by the Esports Association of Nepal, then you already know which teams are actually part of the bottom half section of the leaderboards. And all I can say is for those teams that are lingering at the bottom, heading into day number 3 here, I do wonder what their mentality will be. Likely be a mix-up, like there's definitely going to be pressure, there's going to be desperation and opportunism. Again, with only 5 matches left, and as you can see on the screen, this is going to be the breakdown. So nothing has changed. We're still going to kick things off in Sanhok, and then 2 Erangels, and then 2 Midamars. They're definitely at a crossroads here. Either they push for a heroic comeback, or they accept their fate as lower tier finishers.
I mean, nobody wants to do that, but what they can do, aside from that, even if they know they're going to be onto the lower tier, they can make the other teams lose their game as well, their momentum as well. This is the time to clash with the top line teams too. If we're not winning, you're not winning kind of moment. This is the time to do this. But ladies and gentlemen, match 11 will be Sanhok once again, as we have seen into the past 2 days as well, that we do start with the Sanhok. And because of Sanhok being a very aggressive, I'd say, map for the teams, the third parties, the fourth parties, the clash drops, the location where you can possibly land, it's so limited. It's a 4x4 super concise map, and there's already like a lot of places that is compromised. There's a lot of teams that can easily go and breach one another from one place to another one. So you have to be very choosy, you have to be very picky on whichever position you're gonna pick for your drop, and you have to assume, you have to make sure that there is no other team that's doing the same thing like you to have a better chance of survival into the early stages. Because we usually see, Andy, that teams drop, they instantly get into the fight. Sometimes they don't even find a gun, they just go straight up with their knives, their machetes, anything into their hand that they can possibly use. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the overall ranking for the past 2 days. 128 points for the Indonesia, 11 points of a difference with Pakistan with 117 points. Then the clash, the dispersion, the difference goes super high, 4 points of a difference goes to Nepal Blue, 83 points, then 80 for Nepal Red, Malaysia with 70, 65 for Jordan, we have Vietnam with 60, and on the first chart ending, we have Nepal White with 55.
And of course, we are going to anticipate and even predict, the kind of behavior those teams that are already part of the bottom part section of the leaderboard. Aggression mode, since they already have nothing to lose anymore, teams might throw caution to the wind here. They're going to go all in on high risk plays. Most, if not all, they know conservative strategies haven't worked so far, so I do expect a lot of early hot drops, third-party fights, and reckless engagements as they hunt for eliminations. While this can lead, to some spectacular fights, it can also backfire. Of course, if they get wiped early, their standing is going to stay buried, and some teams may even switch gears and play ultra passive, focusing only on survival rather than kills. So instead of taking unnecessary fights, they might hug the edges of the zone here, avoid engagements, and even try to sneak into the final circle. So a lot of strategies will definitely come into play here. This could help them earn valuable placement points, but at the cost, of course, of missing some crucial kill points. We'll definitely see a mix of passive and aggressiveness coming from both the upper half section of the leaderboard and the bottom half.
But going into the overall MVP ranking, ladies and gentlemen, the contenders that has the potential to secure that 50k NPR possibly for themselves individually are Malak so far, T24, there's IQ, there's Noki, and last but not the least, Federalis. The top 2 contenders, the top 2 teams, they have their players into the overall MVP ranking. Malak with 23 eliminations, we have 4,000 104 damage in fact for this guy. T24 with 21 elimination but 4,220 damage. IQ with 19 elimination, 3951 damage, and Noki with 20 elimination with 39 and 60 damage. We have last but not the least the Federalis from the same Indonesia side with 22 elimination after 23 of Malakbek's. Federalis comes in second to those elimination number with 22, but the damage is where he's lacking, 39 and 38.
These amazing players, of course, are part of the major contributing factor for a team to actually score a winner-winner chicken dinner. And it's such a great thing to see that we do have 3 players out of the 4 players of Team Pakistan and 2 players of Indonesia. So as you can see on the numbers from the overall ranking, Indonesia still being at the top spot here and Pakistan coming in at second. We will definitely see a tug of war happen between these 2 amazing teams here to just check on like who's gonna be winning at the end of this matches. So that's the
That's definitely is the thing that we are excited to see, how the teams are going to play, how they're going to be able to like affect their momentum, their placement and everything into this final match. These players, they are going to go super hungry for those elimination today, Andy. They're definitely going to be going for those elimination early on, maybe into the later stages and everything. And it's not just the fact that, okay, you're fighting against a multiple team. No, you're fighting against your own peers at this point. For that 50k NPR, just for that 50k NPR. We're not talking about the overall prize pool. Yes, you are taking that fight with the whole team versus the team, but for this MVP, it's just you versus everyone. Even your teammates are not your own for that. You have to secure your own eliminations, your own points for those points, for those numbers, those damages, and the survival. Survival is what you need the most because let me tell you one thing. The MVP ranking is determined by survival, the first, then the damage, then the elimination. Elimination is at the least factor that you need to be into the MVP ranking. You need the survival and the damage more than you can on the elimination side.
I think before we even begin the matches, the first thing that we need to consider is the mindset of the teams here, especially those who are already part of the top 6. Since, you know, only the top 6 will get a slice of that prize pool. And the first place, of course, will take the lion's share. The stakes are definitely already at peak here. Every team in contention is like stepping onto the bat a different mindset. But one thing is certain, this is their last chance, of course, to leave it all on the line here for Indonesia and Pakistan coming into the final set of matches that we have for this evening. I feel like this isn't just going to be about the prize here. This is, of course, going to be about legacy as well. Whoever comes out on top doesn't just win the money. They cement themselves as the best in the region as well. So I feel like Indonesia will stick to their high-risk, high-reward approach, knowing that their elimination-heavy playstyle has kept them in first place. But they also need to be cautious. One early wipe, one bad rotation, and Pakistan could snatch the throne right from their hands.
Oh my god, there's so much at stake. There's so much at stake for the teams, for the players at this point. So we do have to know how they're going to be able to like do anything. But so far, I don't see anyone close to any proximity. There's Python, there's Tapmock. I don't see any multiple location where the teams have dropped. So it's definitely one thing that, okay, the fight may not occur, but Nepal White and Syria, they're close to the Camp Bravo. They're actually in the Camp Bravo. So the potential fight, a potential alert of the engagement that can possibly happen for these teams. Talking about the Nepal White so far, they are gathering their arsenal. They are gathering their loot so far. A Legacy has an M4 with the UMP-45, but UMP-45 does not have any bullets. So is the Micro Uzi in the hands of Easy at this point. But Easy in fact got eliminated. It was Wait had the Micro Uzi with no bullets whatsoever. But Easy being eliminated early on, it's already putting a lot of pressure on the Lebanon. And Lebanon, we last saw them even into the overall ranking. They were at the very bottom. So they have nothing to lose whatsoever. Even if they do take the fight, even if they do not take the fight, they're still on the second chart of the page and on the bottom of the second chart of the page. So what they can do is they can over aggressively push maybe onto the other team in hopes to like securing some of the elimination and like destroying the momentum for the other team.
Yep, teams that realistically can break into the top rankings here towards the mindset shifts to like damage control and pride. They might focus on ruining other teams' game, proving individual skill, or maybe setting up momentum for future tournaments. Because you cannot leave any and for that matter, empty-handed. You will be able to take in some knowledge about other teams' provocation, other teams' skill play. But speaking of skill play, we've got Maldives in action right now, going up against Bangladesh. Eddie was able to cut down one, and I think it's going to be a ripple effect based on what is happening on the screen. Bangladesh just lost 2 of their members, which of course put them at a great risk.
They definitely did. But high risk, high reward, ladies and gentlemen, for the Maldives at this point. They got 2 elimination, but right now the 2 peers that managed to get those eliminations for themselves, they are right now knocked out onto their knees. Someone needs to get that revival done as soon as possible. And that someone is Eddie so far. Eddie got that 1 revival on towards the players. Now Rush Bay and Eddie, these 2 guys need to move forward together with their teams to get more elimination, more and more elimination for themselves. But we have Nepal White into the proximity, ladies and gentlemen. It is not just the Maldives, it is not just the Bangladesh, but now it is the Nepal White from the backside coming in for those eliminations for themselves. But Haitami reversing his car, getting safely into a safer side angle. Maybe he wants to make sure that his car do not get any bullets on it. Now, together with the team, I'm trusting at this point. I'm letting them cook because of the position, the peers, the locations that Nepal White has put themselves into. It can be a 3-way like a rush upon on the team of Bangladesh at this point, but Pakistan going into these guys, they're also into the close proximity of the team Syria. The fights are happening into the different directions. The fights are actually occurring where we can see Team MN versus Lebanon actually happening. There's Mongolia getting those knockdowns, getting those eliminations. We have Pakistan's Fala getting Syria's player down. Another one may go down as well by the hand of Erangel, but no, Rilo missed those shots. Look at the left side, you can see the head, you can get that headshot connection, and that's exactly what this guy did, sir. That's exactly what he did. He got those knockouts, he got those eliminations, and with those 4 elimination numbers, Mongolia have not even a single casualty.
Laos has already eliminated boys of Maldives. They're deferred to be taken out. And as for Lebanon, man, this guy's couldn't even break here. It wasn't even a good start for them since they played with only 3 members right off the bat, since one of them got eliminated by Nepal Red, if I remember that correctly. Now, looking at this, we do have Mongolia, and Rilo was able to bag 3 elimination points for himself. We can hear a lot of gunshots happening from the surrounding, but of course, I'm pretty sure that Mongolia will not leave the compound just yet. But it's a good thing that they know from which direction their enemies will be coming from. And from the kill feed right here, it looks like Pakistan and Vietnam is going head to head. But at this kind of range, T24 might be able to inflict some pain, but I think it's going to push through with like setting that player knocked down on the ground. But hey, T24 has been so far from day 1 and day number 2 of this competition, and able to pull off a miraculous long himself once again.
He did manage to secure those miraculous points, but these single points, they're not going to affect. They are not going to affect so much into the overall ranking for the players. But unless Team Indonesia faces a heavy casualty, we cannot assume them out of the proximity as well. They still have the opportunity. They still have the chance. We saw yesterday into the Miramar match how they managed to secure that winner chicken dinner for themselves into the very end of the game. At one point in time, they were like down to the last player. The rest of the 2 players were knocked out. Not only they managed to like revive the players up, but after that they got that winner chicken dinner for themselves. But right now, so far, 2 teams have been eliminated. We are down to 14 teams, and Syria being one of the teams that is surviving with a heavy casualty with just the 1 elimination to their number. There's only 2 more players alive. Nepal White versus that Team Mongolia. It's happening. The shots, the fights, the aggression, it's definitely coming up. But we have Nepal White against the Team Pakistan as well. Pakistan's coming in as a third party, closing onto the proximity. We do have to see how this actually is going to affect all of these players, as Nepal White is waiting for the team Mongolia to like actually push upon in this area. The DBS is not going to have any kind of connection on towards the players. Hi, Dami, you need to enter. You need to get that DBS connected.
Ooh.
He did.
Wow.
Right here. Connectivity done. Completion sorted out, but that grenade is gonna be all in for the Nepal Whites. Destruction right here by the hand of Alex. 6 elimination for Mongolia, but 2 casualties. Those were an amazing one. The way he entered, the way he conquered those 2 players, it was amazing, Nepal White.
Dami going out with a loud bang, ladies and gents. He went in to get 1 point, but amazingly, he was able to score 2 before he exited the game. But unfortunately, it's going to impact, of course, their overall gameplay, since we do have 4 remaining matches in this competition. And right now, they are currently placing at 8. So they need to exert more effort and more work into the final portion phase. So let's see how that is going to play out for Nepal White. As for Syria, they already have casualties here, but they do have 1 point in the bag as well. But since it's too early, we are just at stage 2 here. There will be a lot of challenges that they go through in order to get to the last few zones of the game here. But of course, it'll be difficult. It will be hard since they no longer have that firepower, and we still have a lot of squads here inside the game. So again, you need to make a series of good decisions in order for you to pull up a great chick. And then again, playing with only 2 of your members can be a little tricky here.
I mean, playing with only 2 players is already putting you in a heavy setback at this point, but clever. Okay, that's a clever move. Now he's going from the water, not only him, but the rest of his team as well. All the full team, all the full force, they're just chilling. They're just taking that swim in the water for some reason. I think it's too hot in Sanhok. It's too humid, so I don't blame them. But Bangladesh, Syria, Jordan, Nepal, Red, these are the 4 names that are still outside of the circle, and I don't know why. In Sanhok, staying outside of the circle, I'm not sure if my mind can process that thought or not, because in an instant the circle can go from a normal circle to a hard-hitting one, and it's already the 3rd stage closing up. 20 seconds more and the 3rd stage will be on our screen, and these teams are nowhere close. I'm seeing them for the longest bit of time outside of the circle, taking that blue damage for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, 10 more seconds and we will have our stage number 3. We will have our determination on where the teams are gonna land, crash, or whatever strategy that they can need to like go into the proximity. And I think it's gonna go towards the Camp Alpha Island. No, it did not. It goes towards the southern side, the ruins angle. So Firen team like Nepal, and on the proximity, talking about all those eastern side corners, they will somewhat have an easy entry in the circle. But talking about the northern side, imagine someone holding that position. Imagine someone just chilling out there, waiting for the opportunity that, okay, someone needs to enter this area and we will hold it out.
It will definitely be a bloodbath now, so I don't really have that much to begin with, and there will be a lot of teams that will be heading towards that. But we can see on the screen here, we got Malaysia doing a rapid spray up against Laos. Leasty Boy completely knocked down team, can go back him. Let's see if Kenny will be able to put the nail in the pin here to seal the deal. But come kill feed again, we have 1 player from Malaysia is currently on the ground here on his as well, if I'm not mistaken. But Syria, on the other hand, blue here, they need to be able to get inside the safe zone, and I think this is it. You know, they're going to put their hands up against Team Vietnam, or perhaps just going for the reposition. After all, Paragon is left alone here to deal with business, the last remaining player. It's going to be 2v1 situation, and we can already see that Paragon's cooking up that nade to shut down 1. But 2, it's like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, but that could be difficult to actually pull off.
Oh my god, Paragon, it's all up to you, buddy. It's all up to you, man. Whether you can secure those eliminations for your team or not, this is up to you from this point onward. This is your point in time. This is your opportunity to get some decent number of elimination for your team. He's going to throw that grenade. It's not going to affect anyone, but his location hasn't revealed. The players are going to enter. The S12K is not going to affect anyone, but there we go. 1 knockdown. Second one. almost on the verge, but oh my god, he missed those shots. Now it's going to be on the spray side, and the spray wins it out. Vietnam gets eliminated by the hand of Syria, and those two players are still going to survive for the next proximity of time as well. 3 elimination in total for the team Syria, but the rest of the teams, Nepal Blue, they have entered the circle. Team Malaysia, they're the one that are still outside of the circle so far, so they still need to enter because this stage, this one, in fact, is the deadly one.
That was an adrenaline pumping action coming from Patagene. The fact that we was able to at least score one right there, I mean, shutting down that player, it is all great effort coming from a player alone who's left to deal with business there. 12 teams remaining, and again, we're back on seeing Malaysia on the screen here. We already have one for this team, but one player seems to be doing all the heavy lifting in here. But on the map feed, right, suggests Indonesia is already getting in position here. I feel like they're going to take compound, Lanka, and Lebanon might have a chance to flush them out of that compound. We also got Kilo YT. This is Nepal Blue camping in the back. They could potentially, just in the corner there. But we already know like what kind of power Indonesia can bring into the table here. We don't exactly know what kind of sequence is going to happen. Number 4 here. As far as I can see, we do have some more space to kind of to give the players some sort of like a breathing space for now, but not for Nepal Red as they go over another fight with Timor-Leste. But it's such a great from shutting down players from across him, and I think he is survive this.
I mean, he definitely can survive this up, but I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to. It's Kenny throwing the smokes, in fact, not the grenades. But yes, Nepal Red, they have to come into the clutch to get that revival done upon on the players. Rex is in the close vicinity of Kenny. The outside Tama into the backside. Precious is in the close vicinity as well. But wait a second, what was this? This was a new thing for I'm not sure if I saw the icon right or not, but it kind of looked like a new thing to me. But Palak from the Pakistan, he is close to the Sri Lanka side. Mini, Susti, they are into the compounds, and on the left side, out in the open, out in the tall grass and the rocks cover, we have Lucifer, we have Doom, just chilling out there, waiting for the opportunity. But Palak is going to seize that opportunity. He's going to take down one. It's almost going to take down two. In fact, take down the second one as well. And right with this, Team Pakistan is going to have the upper advantage against the Team Sri Lanka at this point. IQ cooking that grenade. It will definitely approach the situation. Mini is going to receive that wrath of that grenade. That's a third one down, ladies and gentlemen. And there we go. 3 more elimination for the name of the Team Pakistan. Susti, the final hope, the final player for the team. He's just chilling. That one grenade is gonna do anything, but the sprays are gonna come into the effect. And Sri Lanka has been taken away. 8 elimination for the Team Pakistan so far. And with this, now we are in the top 9. The stage number 4 is also closing down. Nepal Red has been eliminated. Wait a second. The Team Red, Nepal Red, that is aggressive on the elimination side. They have been taken down, Andy.
Yep, and if you guys saw what Falak did just moments ago, he was on prone, he was trying to sneak an attack there. That is why a suppressor is a great attachment to have when you guys are playing in Sanhok. It's really going to contribute well when it comes to stealth attacks. That was, of course, demonstrated by the one and only Falak of Team Pakistan. Now, down to 16 remaining. From the kill feed, we got one player knocked down on the ground coming from Laos, and I think that's a confirmation coming through. Laos being eliminated from Sanhok. We also got Kenny down on the ground, courtesy by example of Nepal. Currently at the top of the bridge here, great vantage point, I can say. He definitely knows when Malaysia step into their line of sight, but the fact that he was able to shut down a play from that kind of rear puts Malaysia at a big risk. It would take a great maneuver here to pick up their teammate, but for Nepal Blue, they have that information from like which direction the enemies will be coming from, and it's such a great thing. Again, if you're able to get that or extract that knowledge, if you do have that information, then it will be easier for the teams to actually execute a great plan here.
I mean, that is true. That definitely is true. You have to like execute a great plan, but for that, you have to know your own surroundings. You have to know what you're capable of, how the other teams are like actually overtaking your position, your momentum. But wait a second, Andy, did my eyes deceive me, or is that a circle on the bridge? That is a circle on the bridge, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna have a circle on the bridge, and then on top of that, Sanhok, where the bridges are the smallest one there is. You can just cross it over within the 1 minute marker on just a foot, but Delta going into the close proximity of the Team Jordan. He doesn't have any idea, I think so far, that Team Jordan's player is this much close to his proximity. That grenade that Clever is right now cooking up, that can hit, that can actually affect the player's momentum. It can totally break down Nepal Blue from this point onward. But we have Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. They are into the close proximity. The grenade is going to go over there. Delta is going to receive the damage. The back shots are coming on. Player is super low. He's going to be taken down, but instantly Giante comes in for the rescue. He gives the cover. He managed to make it down the player knock, and that elimination. And now from this point onward, he's gonna go get that survival done. But will Jordan let that opportunity go by? Will they let this knockout go by? Are they not gonna rush? This is the bigger question, because Ragnarok is cooking the grenade. We have Tom into the close vicinity, making sure that the player cannot give a revival into this proximity. The DBS, it's not getting any kind of connection, but finally it gets a connection. Ragnarok is super low. Second connection, it did not manage to make any, and now Giante with the 5 grenades into his hand, he has to cook them up into the right time. You have to oven it up, you have to timer it on the very end, and you have to eliminate them. But he manages to take down not 1 but 2 of the Jordans at the cost of his own knockout. Oh my god, that's amazing. Now that's what I'm talking about, Nepal Blue. With this, Nepal Blue not only not can go and get that survival done, but instantly also another one of their peer have been eliminated. We are officially down to the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia 2, Pakistan 4, man standing, 11 elimination, and we have Nepal Blue with the 3 players as well.
Supremacy as its finest coming from Nepal Blue. Oh my goodness, the way that they were able to handle that situation with Jordan. Giante did an amazing job keeping them at bay, buying time for Kidder YT to pick up example. But then again, Giante hold down the fort while he was waiting for the backup to arrive. But anyway, we're down to our final 3 teams here, and oh, IQQ picked his head, and in an instant example was able to take him down. It was able to pop his head. And for the team sitting between 3rd and 5th place here, the mentality will definitely be a mix of grabbing that opportunity and survival. And right now, Nepal Blue has been the more methodical team, opting always for consistent placement. And we do expect them to play a very disciplined one. They will avoid reckless fights and capitalize on a lot of third-party situation, because their goal is to really stay inside that top 5. Right now, they are trying to catch up with the number of points that they still need for the leaderboard to make it happen. But right now we're looking at Nepal Blue, and they have taken their aggression quite high. 8 points for stage 7, and now they do have the chance to grab that chicken dinner.
Oh my god, they also have a bit of a chicken dinner chance. 8 elimination, but this grenade is gonna be super crucial. It's gonna go, it's gonna take down example. Giante's also throwing those grenades, but another one being cooked up. Malaka is gonna see the wrath of the grenade first. Now to the YT, he's going against T24, the DBS is not gonna get any connection, because on the left side, we have the final player of the Team Pakistan getting those elimination for themselves. An amazing winner chicken dinner for the Team Pakistan. Once
especially Indonesia. But they know the only way to secure first place is by outplaying not just Indonesia but all of the teams here. And right now, it's like aggressive rotation, targeted fights here coming from Team Pakistan, and it's a great thing that they were able to like get the chicken dinner because we know that they are bringing their A game. They are here to win. They have been aggressive from the get go since day number one. They're pretty unstoppable, and judging by the kind of pace they're playing for today's set of matches, man, the only mission that these guys have is to really bang their chest and shout at the top of the world here that they are one of the formidable teams to watch out for.
Oh my god, they definitely are a formidable team to watch out. Team Pakistan it is, ladies and gentlemen. The match number 1 of the final day, the match number 11, they have secured it for themselves at this point. At least for now, with those 13, maybe 16 elimination, I do believe so. They are going to have an, oh my god, 26 point for themselves. I kind of want to see the MVP. I kind of want to know which one of these 4 players are going to have the MVP title for themselves. Which one of these players are going to have the highest number of elimination, the damage, the longest elimination of distance, and those points. That's going to affect all the MVP ranking from this point onward, because this single match that the Team Pakistan has done, they are definitely doing a great job. 9 elimination for Falak, 1443 damage, 229 is the meter. That is the longest one. He took down the damage of 116 and only 16 healing? Wait a second. So not only he got into those fights at the very end where he received that damage from the grenade and everything, aside from that, he did not heal on any fight whatsoever.
I mean, Falak definitely is shining in this competition, as well as the rest of the boys of Team Pakistan. And again, Indonesia have showed us from day 1 and day number 2 how dominant they were, how disciplined they were when it comes to their rotations, when it comes to getting those elimination points. And now that they haven't succeeded in getting the first chicken dinner, I feel like a retaliation is in order. I feel like Indonesia's going to step on the gas here. They're going to give it their all because they've already managed to work this hard to get this far. They were able to defend multiple times, the top spot in the leaderboard. So I don't think they're going to be they're going to let things fall and crumble in front of them. So it's going to be an exciting Erangel for match number 2.
Oh, that definitely will be an exciting one. Erangel, it's one thing. It's one thing that I'm most excited about from this point onward, because how the teams have played, how the teams have like commenced their aggression and everything at this match. Ooh, Erangel is going to be a juicy one. Erangel will definitely be a juicy one. But we have the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. We have 58 elimination, 51 knockouts, 6,390 healing, a throwable used of just a measly 56. And that actually occurred at the very end sides, where we do remember those grenades, those smokes being deployed alongside of all those aggressions that happened. Airdrops looted, just 1, headshot 9, rescues 9, with 371 meters of the longest elimination distance. And judging from this thing, like 371, and talking about Sanhok, oh, that's a very, very long distance.
And coming, of course, into day number 3 here, Torix, I feel like we are definitely going to see a more calculated rotations from the top contenders. It'll be less reckless fighting because every elimination will definitely matter right now. And this is what we have been waiting for, ladies and gents, the match ranking popping onto your screen. Pakistan was able to set a total of 26 points. Nepal Blue coming in at second with 14. And we only have 2 teams that ended the game with a double-digit finish. And Malaysia coming in at third is already at 9 here. So I guess Malaysia is showing up a bit for the third day.
Oh my god. Yep, Malaysia. they're also showing some of the aggression. Yesterday, Malaysia did good too. Malaysia did manage to like secure some decent number of points, some consistency for themselves. But now, again, on the day number 3, they are showing the consistency. But 26 points, then 14 points, then all the way down to 9. That's a very big of a difference. Syria has 7, Mongolia has 7, Indonesia has this time around only has 5 points of the placement. They couldn't get even a single elimination point for themselves. Laos has 4 alongside of Timor-Leste, 3-3 for Jordan and Nepal red, and even on Nepal white too. Sri Lanka has 2 alongside of Maldives, Bangladesh with 1, Vietnam and Lebanon couldn't manage to secure even a single point for themselves. So the situation has kind of overturned for these guys. The situation is not looking that good for these players. But yes, this is just the start. This was just the Sanhok match. You cannot like judge the whole book, the whole teams with just single match. But going into the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 points of a difference between the number 1 and number 2 now. But the names have changed. The teams have changed. Pakistan is on the top, 143, and Indonesia on the second with 133.
Okay, things are definitely getting spicier and spicier as we progress into this competition. And again, looking at the top 8 here, this is where I am going to start focusing my energy. I mean, sure, 45 coming from Sri Lanka, from placing 9th here. They still have a chance to maybe overtake Nepal white. That is, of course, if they show full aggression from this point on. But as for Pakistan, this is the day, and I've said this on one of my recaps that I did yesterday. Perhaps day number 3 could really pave the way for the Pakistan to dethrone Indonesia, and it happened on the first match.
It definitely happened right on the first match, ladies and gentlemen. But I do kind of want to see the MVP ranking now too. I do kind of want to see how the MVP is going to be affected with this from this proximity and from this point onward, because Team Pakistan with those 9 elimination on Falak's side, that's definitely going to be an intense thing. He might be on the top. And with how much of a points different, how much of an elimination distance is my question right now. But let's talk about the bottom line teams. Lebanon still managed to not get even a single point aside from the double digit that they managed to secure for themselves into the day number 2. 10 points. Timor-Leste 23, 30 for Laos, Bangladesh 37, 42 for Maldives, 44 for Mongolia, and 44 for Syria as well. Alongside, Sri Lanka had 45 points onto the second chart. They're still 13 points behind the chart number 1, the page number 1, that is Nepal white. But going into the MVP, ladies and gentlemen, it is all the 4 of Team Pakistan. Falak, IQ, T24, and Naki. 27, 23, 23, and 21 elimination. But Malakbek, he's not stepping down as well. He still have 23 elimination, 4,104 damage to his name as well. But talking about the damage for the rest of them, Falak has 4829, IQ has 4584, T24 has 5,000 damage. This guy is on a next level spree, whereas everyone securing 45, 4800, he's like, okay, I'm gonna cross the 5,000 marker.
Well, for this day, Pakistan takes the lead. You know, the power shift at the top, we kind of anticipated this. Now the question if Indonesia can reclaim the throne. So the first match of day number 3 has officially reshaped the leaderboard, ladies and gents, and the biggest story of the day so far, of course, Pakistan has overtaken Indonesia, grabbing first place again with 143 points. That was a monumental statement as we inch closer, of course, to the final moments of this tournament. As you can see on the screen, we're done with Sanhok, so we do have our 2 Erangels and 2 Midamars coming into play in just a while. And again, with Pakistan's relentless push in Sanhok, they've already taken command of the leaderboard, finally surpassing Indonesia. So again, their aggressive eliminations and smart positioning have paid off, you know, putting them in a pole position heading into the next matches. But with only a 10-point lead here, there's zero room for mistakes now, Tories, and Indonesia still breathing down their necks.
I mean, this is just the Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. We still have Erangels, we still have the Miramars, and Miramars is usually where Indonesia has a higher probability of securing those winner chickeners. We saw that. We saw how their momentum was yesterday into the Miramar matches. So there's still a lot of things that can still happen till the very end of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not gonna take a break. We are gonna go straight into the match number 2. That is the first Erangel of today, and oh my God, the action should not stop whatsoever. And with this, we have our flight pass going from Primox all the way to the Milta power plant.
Alright, okay, I see what's happening here. We cannot waste any time. The teams really want to go head-to-head right off the bat, and that's exactly what is going to happen. So, while Pakistan, of course, and Indonesia battle for first, let's put a spotlight on the other teams as well. Again, Nepal Blue, if you guys are updated with everything that has happened from day 1 and 2, they are continuing to solidify their spot at 3rd place, again, with 97 points. At this point, I think they're not just surviving; they're already playing the long game. You know, they want to ensure that they stay within the top 5 prize pool cut off. But if they do have the chance, if they do have that opportunity to still grab the top spot, I don't think we can stop Nepal Blue from actually doing just that. They have proven themselves time and time and again. We all know what kind of caliber this team can actually bring into the table. So if either of the top teams falter, Nepal Blue could take advantage and climb even higher.
Oh my God, but already the destruction is imminent as the circle goes all the way to the western side once again, ladies and gentlemen. And look at all the teams. 99, I'd say 95% of the teams have dropped into the eastern corners or the centralized area of the map. But the circle, it's always going to go towards the opposite direction. It's going to go towards the western this time around. Gutka is somewhat the centralized position inside that circle. Milta, in fact, the quarry region is also somewhat in the safe region so far. But Vietnam versus Team MN. They have got into a tussle. The knocks, the casualties are coming up. Vietnam versus it is team, I do believe so, Mongolia at this point. And the first elimination, the first casualty has already been drawn by the hand of Vietnam. And kind of into the vicinity, I'd say. You have to be very careful on what you're doing from this point onward, because with this first initial elimination, it doesn't mean anything. It does not mean anything. You will still have a chance. You will still have the opportunity that even a single mistake can make you fumble, and the other team might overtake on you.
Well, at 60 points, Vietnam still has a chance to push into the top 5, but of course they need something big here. The chicken dinner yesterday showed their potential, but now it's about consistency. If they want a payday, they need to find that spark again fast. And this fight has been going since day number 1. You know, it's a back and forth situation with Team Mongolia when it comes to Pochinki. But if you guys, again, are keeping tabs, like what the score is already in Pochinki, Mongolia still, I think, holding on to like 3 wins and 1 win for the side of Team Vietnam. But this is such a great start, you know, for Team Vietnam, since Lamborghini was able to already pocket a 1 point, you know, from Team Mongolia. So this is already a 3v4 situation favoring Vietnam.
Oh my God. Vietnam, yes, somewhat in this particular vicinity, the man advantage, the location advantage, it's definitely like giving an upper advantage to the team of Vietnam so far. But one thing they have to know for sure is the fact that the other team is also here to play. The other team is also here to get some casualties for themselves as well. And being found out as a solo player into a vicinity, I mean, that only means one thing, that you're definitely going to be aggressed upon, and the rest of the team will be going together against you. So far, NEPX is close to the Lamborghini, but we're not seeing any kind of casualties. We're not seeing any kind of a fight that can potentially occur from this point onward. The M79, the smoke grenade launcher is in the hand. He kind of want to go towards from one direction to the other one, maybe at this particular vicinity, but Paragen, ladies and gentlemen, he's also closing down. He's also closing to the vicinity of the team MN. Fatalities in the front lines, and I'm not sure if this fight is actually going to occur or it's going to disengage, because from what I can see, what I can totally follow is that Mongolia has no no interest in taking that fight. They just want to chill it out here. They just want to survive for a tad bit longer bit of time. And you can already see one player from the team Mongolia, Apex. He's already into the backside, trying to find some cars, trying to find some vehicles. They want to get out of this proximity as soon as they can and be into a safer side. But Apex, he has been spotted this much into the open area, and because of this, because of how he has been spotted into this open area, the fight and maybe the elimination is imminent.
Okay, as you can see on the screen, I think both the teams here do not want to of course engage into any reckless decision at this point. They do know what is at stake here. We see that Alex is trying to flush out, of course, the Team Vietnam, but that is, of course, giving away his position as well. Starting off at a deficit, at a disadvantage, of course, is not the kind of game that you would want to do in this particular tournament. But then again, Mongolia doesn't have any options right now but to go up against Team Vietnam, since they don't have any escape. They don't have a backdoor in this situation, but they do still have a chance to flip the script here up against Team Vietnam. They've done it so many times in this entire competition, and one more win, of course, still part of the table here. And here comes another nade from Alex, but still did not connect. At this point, since this is a drop clash, I do hope both of the teams here know how to manage their resources, because that is also quite a contributing factor to a win.
That is truly a possibility. You have to have some kind of contribution to win it out, and you need to know how you're gonna do that contribution for yourself at this point. Alex so far, he not only managed to come back from almost the dead area, the no man dead's land, back into the compound, into the safe angles, but now finally Vietnam is pushing up. They are closing in into the proximity, and if you don't have the shotguns, if you don't have those utilities that you can potentially use against the other teams, I don't think you're going to be able to survive. Alex, this is the moment. Jump down, get out of here. You don't want to be into this compound as the rest of the players are closing in. But Apex, no! This could have been the elimination of the player. This could have been the detrimental angle that could have been the annihilation of this guy, but he's going to take almost to one player down. The grenade, the Molotov, it could have been detrimental, but nothing up. Nate T's grenade has been denied. The second grenade that actually came in, it was on the other side of the wall. Nobody's gonna get hurt, and Mongolia, they're finally gonna have a tit for tat against Team Vietnam as two players get taken down from the Vietnam 2. They also have two knockdowns onto their side. It's a 2 versus 2, potentially going off. Lamborghini to the front lines, and fatality with the 1897. He's going forward. He's gonna get into the compound. The grenade is coming up. The player has pushed on. The grenade will definitely do affect some of the momentum. The S12K is gonna take one player down. It is the Paragen closing up. It's jump shot. Apex low that HP. The gun change. The fire. It's all over for Mongolia. But Vietnam, what have you done? You have lost 2 of your players into this tussle, whereas you had the upper advantage with that forward van that you had against this team.
The dynamic duo, Paragen and Lamborghini, making it happen for Team Vietnam. And yes, they were able to pull off a great win over that clash, but unfortunately they suffered 2 casualties as well, and we are just at stage 2. At this point, they will have to pick smarter battles. They will have to be on point when it comes to their rotations, and just really focus on longevity here. Make sure that they acquire enough placement points to just, of course, contribute to them climbing up their ranks in the leaderboard. And looking at the situation right now, we have Malaysia on the screen here, firing, bagging 1 elimination point. They are about to go into a battle once again, and so far no teams have been doing a solid push just yet. Laos, I believe, is trying to get into position right now. Firing, getting the information, cascading it back to the rest of the team here, and there might be another team that will join into the mix here. This could be a 3-way battle, but I feel like Malaysia's going to step off. They don't want any part of this one. I think they're going to go for a relocation, and as you can see on the screen here, they are getting shot at, but they are going for a quick escape to pick up Kenny.
Oh my god. Okay, that's a superhero landing right there. Going up. He came in with a clutch. Get that revival done as soon as possible. But Nepal Red now, this is another team that had the potential to like wipe down and take a head-to-head fight against a majority of the team, but Bangladesh, oh my god, Eddie, what a shot, man, what a shot. Not only he was super low on that HP, but he still managed to get those eliminations. Oh, Bay, you missed that shot, you missed that crucial shot, and that's gonna affect all the elimination of the Bangladesh, and it's all over. Bangladesh, within a second flicker of time, they have been annihilated from the game. But for elimination for Malaysia. Now on the backside, we have Nepal Red closing in into the proximity. They have already Kenny knocked out, so we still have to see if the rest of the teams is gonna actually go forward, get that fight done for themselves or not. But Pakistan, and Naki in the meanwhile, Sleepy is gonna take him down. Oh my god, T24 and Naki, both players are right now knocked out, and it's not looking good for the team Pakistan. A moment ago, they had the winner with a chicken dinner with so much aggressive points, 16 total points, and now within the next match, they have already been heavily under-leveled from this point onward. Only the 2 players are remaining, out of which Falak is also into the proximity where he can get some shots.
Oh man, the showdown continues, and of course with the Pakistan finally in control of the leaderboard here, the question is if they can actually hold on to it, because we're down to our 2 players here for Team Pakistan, and it could be hard for them to keep pulling up a win here up against the other squads that are headed towards the same direction. But as for Nepal White here, they did manage to find an angle to trap Fahad. He's on prone currently. I do wonder where is IQQ at this point. Falak was able to dodge that nade, but he's pretty injured at this point. And there you go, ladies and gents. Falak received a lot of damage from that spray coming from Nepal White. And here comes High Dami right now, sealing the deal and just making sure he bags at that point. Again, we are looking for his teammate. IQQ is nowhere to be found, but Nepal White, of course, there's another team that they want to duke out. That would be the boys of Malaysia right here. Sky, as you can see on the screen, is trying to keep them at bay, but Malaysia, they're holding on to a lot of nades. They're just pushing out Sky from that area.
Situation has completely overturned for the team Pakistan, man. Just a solo player remaining, but it just gives enough momentum to Indonesia once again to secure their top position once again, and we do have to see how they're going to be able to do that. But we have Syria, we have Sri Lanka versus the team Timor-Leste into the vicinity, taking those fights, and Timor-Leste is 1 player, they have been eliminated. Vietnam also got that elimination by the hand of Syria. We can see Parajin being eliminated into the kill feed, and slowly and steadily the number of the players, the number of the teams are depleting one after another. We had 15, now we had 13. Lebanon is another team that lost weight at the start of the game, but after that, the rest of the 3 players, they're surviving, they're still alive, they're chilling out in the circle. And judging from the circle, talking about the circle, I kind of want to see where the circle is right now situated at, because if it's 50% on the water, please be 50% into the water. I kind of want to see a water circle this time around. I really do hope it actually occurs to that, but we will know it within the 1-minute marker, ladies and gentlemen. Aside from that, Malaysia, Depi, Kenny, Rexy. These 3 players alongside Fyron that managed to only secure 1 elimination for the team. He's no longer with the team, but as a trio now, they are super close to the proximity. There's Sri Lanka in the front line, there's Nepal White, and maybe Nepal Red into the back lines as well.
Here we go. Dep is, of course, still waiting for that go signal to try and lure the opposition, which is, of course, the boys of Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka, we do understand the hesitation coming from their side, since there are a lot of teams also surrounding them. But Doom caught a bullet currently facing the floor as we speak. Precious with a massive spray there up against Team Jordan. Okay, Clever and another teammate right there is just probably scouting, getting close to the fire here, but Nepal Red will be unstoppable at this point. I think they're pretty determined to the fact that they need those numbers to go up for their side. And looking at the aggression here, since they were able to put down 1 play coming from Jordan, they're going to hunt out the remaining boys of this team.
Oh my god. But look at IQ. Finally, we have his visual, ladies and gentlemen. We have his visual right here. He is close to the proximity of not just one team, but two different teams. But look at the northern side. We have Nepal. We have Malaysia. We have Sri Lanka. We have so many teams into that proximity. And they're outside of the circle right here into the proximity. VOX. On the southern side, close to another team, Nepal, and the fight that can actually occur. We do have to see how it's going to happen. ZMJJKK, he's there into the kill feed. We can see Nepal White, Sleepy, getting some more elimination, more knockouts. And you can see the visuals on the map on how far Sleepy is and where he managed to get that knockdown. He got that knockdown in the circle while being on the shorelines. Now Nepal Red Precious, they're also going to the team Laos's position. The shot that can actually occur, the off angle that can actually be the demise of Beckham at this point. He has been spotted. The spray are gonna go, but oh my god, every spray is gonna miss out. Precious again going with the spray. Headshot connected. Beckham is down. Precious also received a lot of damage on his side.
Oh my goodness, there we go. Laos, it's not a very good picture for them. But there's also a need for Nepal Red to reset. Okay, domain has already been picked up. And right behind Laos, there's another team that might challenge them. Those are the boys coming from Syria. And what a shot coming from Saitama from inside that moving vehicle. And again, Laos not really having a grand day so far since they are sandwiched in between teams. I mean, there's a big chance that Syria can actually do a major backstab here and maybe even steal the points from Nepal Red. But Saitama is very aggressive with collecting those points and shutting down players. And now we're checking out what Lebanon is doing at this moment, going up against Team White. And Legacy just got knocked down on the floor. We've got Mini from Sri Lanka as well facing the ground. Hi, Dami! Oh, from the kill feed, man, there's a lot of trades happening simultaneously, and that is it. TLS, wow. This is a very good step up coming from Timor-Leste. Even with just one elimination point, I think with that dance-off, it's a great improvement coming from their team.
Yeah, it is an improvement. Whether it's a really good or it's a small one, improvement is improvement, ladies and gentlemen. But Sri Lanka right now, on the number 10 that they're residing, and judging from the fact they need to play every single match with 5, maybe 7 elimination, and then being into the top 5, that's the only way that I can totally assume they can be into the top 6. They can secure their momentum into the top 6. Aside from that, I don't think there's any way from that point onward. But Sri Lanka, we have Mini, we have Doom, we have Susti, we have Lucifer. All the 4 players of this team is alive. Total of 10 teams are remaining. Nepal Red, they have been spotted. 1 player, in fact, has been spotted, and that is Rex. Now, he needs to go into the safer side. Team Indonesia, I kind of want to see where they are residing and how they're taking those fight against the other team. Riseys, super further away from the team. Malik Bik is in the circle. ZMJJKK is in the circle. Vox is also inside the circle and close to the proximity of the team Nepal. But IQ, I kind of want to see IQ's POV as well on how he's going to be able to take down either the team, some of the players, or he's just going to get eliminated from that point onward.
Indonesia is definitely trying to do a zone control here, judging by their position over to the west side of the circle. As for Delta, Nepal Blue, they have taken over the compound. I think that's where they're going to set up their defenses and probably just wait for any other teams that would try to even infiltrate that very compound. But checking out what Sri Lanka is doing at the moment, and now that they're down to 3 of their members, they're about to go up against another team who is actually right up above them. Not exactly sure what team that was, but perhaps that was the Boys of Malaysia. But here comes Pakistan, right outside of the zone. We've got at least a couple of players I can see from the screen surrounding him coming from Indonesia. And then we've got the Maldives, of course, just right over to the next compound. IQQ, he knows exactly that there's a team lurking from, just very near that compound. But to actually open fire this early, I don't think it's going to do him good. So I think the position had already been compromised, I feel.
No, it has not been compromised.
Oh,
He did not
okay.
give it a single breath to the other teams. He's surviving. Lebanon, in the meanwhile, they're going to get that elimination by the vehicle. Oh my god, but then backstab from Sri Lanka side. It's going to be detrimental. One player is going to be taken down. Sri Lanka, so far, it is 2 eliminations to their name, but at the cost of one of their own players as well. They're Doom, the Lucifer. They're also receiving the damage onto their car, onto their player. Doom is super low, but they're going for the rush whatsoever. They're still going for the rush, but Lucifer, you're going to be the only hope for the team right now. On the backside, we have Mini with the spray, and oh my god, those sprays are definitely connecting. It's definitely affecting. Refog gets that elimination for themselves. Amazing job done. Amazing casualties coming around into the proximity. Then we have Sri Lanka. Mini, his buggy, his back tire has been punctured, so he cannot use that buggy efficiently anymore, and he's kind of stranded.
He was able to utilize that vantage point, was able to bag himself a point, which is absolutely great. But at the moment how we talk about Mini, he got shut down by Rex of Nepal Red, and there goes Razy, of course, getting that point. Wow, did he still okay? He wasn't able to get that point because it's still Rex at the end of that kill. But anyway, Indonesia's still alive with 5 elimination points, so I can say this is such a great advantage. They still have the numbers, which is of course going to work perfectly into whatever plan they want to execute at this point in the competition. We are at stage 5. We've got Maldives on the screen here. They are on prone. They're popping up the smoke to, of course, confuse the rest of the opposition, but it's also like a dead giveaway to where they are exactly. Here comes IQ about to get flushed out from this shack, but you know what? He's gonna deny the point. He's not gonna give the point here. So we are now looking at the 7 teams remaining. We've got Nepal Blue. They still a complete squad, just like we mentioned a while ago. Also has the best chance of scoring the chicken dinner, and it's amazing what Syria is doing at this point in the competition. We did want them to step on the gas, make themselves, really prepped up for the fights going to happen for today's set of matches, and that's exactly what they're doing. 5 elimination points. That's definitely a step up right here for the second match in this tournament.
Oh, this is the second match closing on, ladies and gentlemen, and look at Team Indonesia. Team Indonesia, 7 eliminations for their name. Syria giving that revive right now. Sri Lanka has been eliminated, 136 total points, and on top of that, those 7 points, 143, ladies and gentlemen. They just need to survive a tad bit longer bit of time, and they're going to have that number 1 position back again for themselves. And Nepal Red, into the meanwhile, 5 total elimination, 4 men remaining into the game. Team Malaysia is in the front lines. Trexy, he is not giving any kind of momentum that can potentially harm his particular location, that can actually give out his location from this point onward. So we do have to know what's going to happen, how the teams are going to actually affect this particular location. And you can see Indonesia in the back lines on the top of the mountain. They're also looking right into the eyes of Nepal Red and Malaysia as well.
Here we go, Precious. So far, there's a little bit of pressure onto the side of Nepal Red, since they will be coming from the outside of the zone, and there will be a cleanup that's definitely going to happen, and we're going to start things off with Syria right here. Precious picking up that nade, but ooh, he's taking a lot of hit there coming from Syria, and Ali, of course, will be responding with his own nade. Precious currently knocked down on the ground here, and right behind Nepal Red are the Team Indonesia, so they might be stuck in this position. You step for the massive spray, but great follow to come from Domain, the last active member, and that is it, ladies and gents. Nepal Red just got eliminated by Team Indonesia, just like what we've anticipated.
Oh my god, it is Indonesia, 9 elimination, but now Satan is going to take down Ryzy. It's going to be all over. It's an instant confirmation now. M7MD, he's given that revive, but Malakbek, that grenade can be a detrimental one. It not only can take down 1, but 2 of the players. But let's see what's going to happen. We have Yusuf, we have Ali getting that elimination on his side. M7MD has been also eliminated. That's 11 elimination for the Indonesia. Now, Nepal Blue closing in into the proximity of Indonesia. The Indonesia, they have left this premises. That MJJKK, they can actually move away. Delta is into the front lines as well. You can see the damage coming up, closing in into the proximity. Delta is here, super low, and oh my god, he's surviving. He survived. He kind of survived right there. Now, example. go forward, get those shots connected, but oh my god, that was super close.
And of course, this is the moment that we have been waiting for once again for the side of Nepal Blue. They're already part of the top 3 here, and they're going to go up against Team Indonesia, which is, of course, one of the top competitors, strongest contenders that we have in this competition. It's going to be a wild fight between these two teams. I do hope we can see players go with the 2 teams remaining, and that's Indonesia versus Nepal.
Oh my god, Indonesia versus Nepal. The number 1 versus the number 3 is right now fighting. But one thing that we can do totally see at this point is Nepal Blue does not even have a single elimination to their name. Indonesia in the front lines, you can see that MJJKK, and he's kind of getting that damage for himself. I think that's a blue zone damage. Yeah, that's definitely a blue zone damage that he's receiving at this point. Killer YT cooking that grenade. He's gonna throw it up. Will it connect? The answer is yes. So one player from Indonesia is down to the last 2 players that they are. Delta has spotted down the players. Molokpik, he's gonna be run down by the car, but no, the car was just a distraction. He's gonna get off. He's gonna get that elimination, and it's all over for Indonesia. 3 elimination for Nepal Blue with that amazing winner chicken dinner.
Oh man, okay, I think that's been a long time coming for the side of Nepal Blue. You know, I'm pretty sure that they really worked hard for this one, because I feel like looking at the situation here in this competition, to be honest, I think there's a little bit of pressure coming in from all of the Nepali teams, just because of the fact that we do have 3 teams representing, of course, the country compared to the other participating teams. And I feel like, you know, they're bringing in the weight of the nation as well. They're not just playing for the game, they're not just playing for themselves. And again, I'm pretty sure that the crowd will go wild down there in the comment section, cheering for Nepal Blue for getting that winner chicken dinner. But then again, we cannot deny the prowess that is shown by Malakbik of Team Indonesia, putting up 7 elimination points, and damage output is at 812, which is pretty outstanding. And judging by the team contribution here, 53.85, that is more than half. So this guy must be carrying most of the baggages here for Team Indonesia.
Oh my god, this is Molokbik, ladies and gentlemen. I think with this, he's gonna be able to secure that number 1 MVP ranking back to himself. 57 elimination is the match summary. 56 knockouts with 9,295 healing. A throwable used of 169. We have 3 airdrop, 11 headshots, 15 rescues, and the longest elimination distance for this match for the Erangel is going to be 341 meters. That's a very big number, still a decent number of the longest elimination, but the amount of throwables that was used, it's still not adding up. This is Erangel, Andy, this is Erangel, and we are so used to seeing 200, maybe 250 close to the proximity of those throwables used into Erangels and the Miramars, and it's not happening at the early stages of Erangels or the Miramars.
And what I can say based from what just happened is that Blue didn't rush into any engagements. Instead, they played the long game, which we have been talking about since day number 1 here. Consistency, I think they've probably mastered that one. They ensured that they had the prime positioning before committing to any fights. The zone control and patience really paid off, allowing them to capitalize on Indonesia's aggression for this round and turn the tide in the final circles. This win cements their standing in the top 5. I can say there's a big chance for them to climb up some more if they continue on playing at this kind of pace. So proving that they're not just here to survive and not just be part of the top 5, man, they are here to contend, and that's exactly what we want to see happen for the remaining matches of this evening.
Oh my god. 19 points, Indonesia. The fight is super close. for both of these teams. Look at that. Indonesia once again on the number 1, 152. Pakistan on the number 2, 145. That's 7 points of a difference. We are seeing Nepal Blue, 110. Finally, they managed to secure a 100-digit point for themselves as well. And right on the top, they managed to secure 110. Nepal Red, 91. 90 for Malaysia. Jordan, 68. 64 for Vietnam. Nepal White, 64. Syria, 57. Alongside of 50 for Sri Lanka. Mongolia, 46. 44 for Maldives. Bangladesh, 37. 30 for Laos. 24 for Timor-Leste. And okay, Lebanon did something as well in this match with 13 points in total.
Yep, and after 2 intense matches today, ladies and gents, of course, the leaderboard is shifting, as you can see on the screen, and pressure has never been higher. Of course, Pakistan still holds on to the first place, but Nepal's Blues WWCD in Erangel definitely shaken up the chase here. Yes, they're still at number 3 here, but it'll be an amazing fight towards the end of the matches this evening. And while Indonesia suddenly finds themselves playing catch-up, we're looking at the MVP ranking as well. Well, it's they're just going back and forth here. IPQ now already in the top, dethroning Malakvik for the longest time. Falat coming in at second. T24 is already up fourth, and we have the full roster of Team Pakistan for the MVP ranking. Now that is incredible.
You're looking at the roster. I'm looking at the number 1's elimination and Malakvik's elimination. 24 in comparison to 30. The damage is where the things are actually happening. 4,908 damage, 4,916 damage. Okay, Malakvik got 2 out of 2 points so far. On the third point, we have 21 minutes and 28 seconds of survival, whereas Malakvik only has an average survival of 19 minutes, not even 20. If it had reached 20 minutes, he would have jumped down straight into the number 1 point marker. But oh my god, that's a very huge difference on that elimination, on that damage. But the survival is where it's happening, because it's 40% of the survival, 40% of the damage, and then 20% of those eliminations are what's going to make the MVP for the team. We have MVP points 33.98, 33.81, 33.76, 32.21. Then we have 29.69. That's a very dispersed and differentiated MVP points from the number 3 onward. But the number 1 and 2 and 3, that's like just a thin line, just a one more match, just 2, maybe 1 more casualty, and Malakvik will have the number 1 once again. IQ will go to the number 2 alongside, and vice versa if they manage to survive till the very end. But ladies and gentlemen, the 2 matches, the first Sanhok and the second match, that was the first Erangel, it's done and dusted.
And if you could have one player in the MVP roster, that's great. If you can have 2, that's pretty decent. But if you can have the full roster, that is just outstanding. Man, that is a stellar performance coming from Team Pakistan. And of course, for Team Pakistan, they're still at the top. Yes, I do agree with that one. But the gap, of course, isn't as comfortable as it was once. They've been dominant, but with the Blues' resurgence and Indonesia's desperation, of course, in getting the top spot back, they cannot afford a single misstep here in the next matches. So all I can expect coming from Team Pakistan is for them to actually reinforce their aggressive strategy, knowing that if they slip, the throne could be stolen away. So there is a lot at stake for Team Pakistan. Imagine if they can be at the top, if they can win this whole competition and even get the MVP title. Well, they can really get everything. But more of that action, ladies and gents, more of that excitement. We're going to come back for match number 3, so don't go away. We'll take a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the PUBG Mobile Asia Showdown presented to you by Esports Association of Nepal. This is a match number 3 that's going to commence, and with you guys, once again on the caster desk, it is me, Torix, and with me, it is the one and only Red Queen Andy. Once again, Andy, welcome back, and those two matches, the tussle between the top two, Indonesia and the Team Pakistan, it's consistent once again.
Oh, that is for sure. You know what? I feel like Pakistan is really holding on to the lead here. And again, Blue is making waves, and Indonesia is fighting to reclaim dominance. And again, for the side of Nepal, I feel like it's huge pressure onto their shoulder just because of the fact that they're not just playing the games here, they're carrying the weight of the nation. There's a lot of them really hoping for the best to turn out for all the teams representing Nepal, because every squad knows in this competition this is the turning point. A massive performance here could seal a championship run, while a misstep could send dreams crashing down, right? So again, it's a make or break for at least the top 6 teams that we can see on the leaderboard.
It is the leaderboard, and we are talking about all those facts and figurines on how, from this point onward, everyone's gonna totally get their momentum done, because 2 matches are done. We're officially almost at the halfway point, ladies and gentlemen, and the match number 2, match number 2nd of Erangel, the second Erangel, in fact, the match number 3 in total, it has commenced. You can see the plane line this time around going from the Milta power plant close to that, and from the Lipovka all the way to the Georgia Pool northern side cities. Now, whereas the last circle was kind of southern favored, this circle is super northern favored, meaning Yasnaya, the Georgia Pools, the hospital, the Pachinki, it's still available. Severny is available this time around, and if you want to go toward the Miltap city, you can definitely glide there as well.
And Nepal Blue stepping up into the competition just a while ago. They're just really proving that their calculated playstyle isn't just about survival anymore. It's about winning when it matters most. And that chicken dinner in Erangel definitely was a statement here. And I'm looking at where they are positioned currently and what could be the rotation or what could be next, for this side of Nepal Blue. And for the first time in the tournament, Indonesia doesn't feel invincible anymore. Their aggression was their strength, but today it's been countered by more disciplined teams. I mean, they absolutely need a comeback here, fast. With 3 matches left in this tournament, they're still a contender, yes, but if they don't regain control, their once assured championship dreams could also slip away here.
Oh my god. This is the moment where you have to be awoke at all time. You have to be awake at all the time. You have no viability option of having a bad match for you, not having a great match for you. From this point onward, every single match, every single, even a slightest bit of point count for you at this point. But Paragon, once again, oh my god, Vietnam and Mongolia, this team, this tussle is imminent every single time. For the past 3 days, we are seeing this team get into the clash, get into the tussle, and only one of them gets out of the Pachinki. And I love this factor that they're like, okay, we're not going to get out of the Pachinki unless we get eliminated or the other team gets eliminated.
Okay, nobody backed down, obviously. I mean, Team Vietnam, up until the end, they wanted to make sure that they're going to leave their mark in Pachinki, even if it is against Team Mongolia. This has been their favorite drop spot, their forever drop spot, I guess. And if I'm not mistaken, during one interview, their coach already mentioned that sometimes, Team Vietnam can be stubborn in terms of going through gameplays in a competition. And probably, this is one of those days for Team Vietnam, and not really backing down in situations just like this. Of course, Pachinki has been their turf for a long time, and we've got another team here challenging them for this very spot, and it's understandable for Team Vietnam to kind of defend, their plays. This is their territory after all. But if we're going to be looking back from day 1 and day number 2, Team Mongolia, they do have some sort of advantage compared to Team Vietnam, just because of the number of wins they have already gained in this particular spot up against Team Vietnam. And this is one of the reasons why Team Vietnam is kind of slowing down a bit in terms of improving their status in the leaderboards. Because when it comes to Erangel, they always get an early elimination, which is of course already um, taking a toll and impacting their overall gameplay.
Oh my god. I mean, right now, I'm just waiting for the fight to happen. We're just waiting. Everyone's waiting for the fight to happen. But Nepal Blue, what has happened to them? They're so low on that HP. I think they're in the fight with the Sri Lanka, and no, it's Bangladesh, in fact, are fighting with the Sri Lanka, getting that elimination for themselves. Lebanon also has one casualties for themselves. They managed to secure a one elimination. So it's not just Sri Lanka. It's somewhere into the different proximity that Lebanon also has an elimination. I'm trying to find out the team that has lost another player, and it's Syria. There we go. It's Syria, ladies and gentlemen, that has lost yet another player. So these two teams are down to the three players trio from this point onward. But Mongolia, Vietnam, no fight whatsoever, and it's going to be a long time. I still believe it's going to be still these 2 minutes, and maybe after that, the next circle is going to force them to, okay, actually take the fight and get out of there.
Yep, it's an absolute standoff between these two teams just because nobody wants to be reckless at this point in the tournament. And again, the fight for the top six is turning brutal, with Nepal, Red, Malaysia, and Syria all still chasing their share of the prize pool here. Red's elimination heavy style keeps them dangerous, while Malaysia, I feel like they're continuing to really maintain that balanced aggression and survival. But of course, we're going to put a stop on that one. There's a fight about to happen. We've got Bangladesh Rush Bay cooking up that nade, getting thrown at Sri Lanka. But of course, he's not hitting his target just yet. Here comes the attack right now, and just like that, Rush Bay immediately finds himself facing the floor here, bleeding already. We've got Shijin, of course, for the backup. The rest of the Bangladeshi team, we need you right here to flush out the players coming from Sri Lanka. Mini goes down hard, coming from Eddie, Lucifer, and still Susty over here at the second floor of this building. We've got Shijin cooking up the nade, trying to shut them down as well. But it was Eddie's nade that actually sealed the deal and got the job done. And it's so fortunate for the side of the Bangladeshis because they get to keep all of their squad.
Oh my god, that was so beautiful. That single grenade made the demise for two of the players. Sri Lanka is out. They're the first team to get fully eliminated, but we have Watertown, ladies and gentlemen, on our screen. The fight is happening over here. Timor-Leste versus the team Laos. At this point, we can see Honda, we can see Noir close to the area. We have Beckham into the back vicinity behind those rock covers on the other side of this lake. But William, he was on top of the house on the rooftop. No fight whatsoever has occurred, but Honda managed to get a knockdown. It's a confirmation right on the area. Man. Honda received a lot of grenades on his face, but he managed to survive. He still survived. He got out of there unscathed, and there we go. Timor-Leste are going to be the one that will get eliminated by the hand of Team Laos for elimination. Team Laos, and with 34 points, close to the proximity, they're still on the hashtag number 14. But Lebanon versus Team Maldives, it's happening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Lebanon has lost so far 3 of their players. One player is knocked out and no more. It's a full casualty on that guy, and meaning the last guy of the team Lebanon is going to be the only hope. But Jiggle, wait, what's that? Jiggle? That Sky? That was definitely Sky. Okay, there we go. Sky managed to get that. 2 knockdowns. Now Orpheus is the final hope. It is a 1 versus 1. It is a fight for the Nepal White versus the team Maldives at this point. And Bangladesh, in fact, Maldives did not manage to get those elimination. Jiggle got that elimination. Not only that, but all the 4 players are gonna survive, possibly.
It was a close call, though. Great dance-off that happened right there with Jiggle and the remaining player from Maldives. They just got really slaughtered with all of those exchange that happened. And it's a great thing, really, to see them really survive that fight. And, of course, they still have the chance to get to the latter stage of the game with a complete squad. And looking at the situation coming from the right side of the screen here, map feed, ladies and gents, the circle is above. Okay, it has already favored the northern side here. We've got shooting range at the top, we got a portion of Rozhok and a portion of Ruins down south. So I feel like it's going to be a clear entry point for the side of Team Pakistan. We got Laos. That's an opportunity for them to gatekeep Mongolia and Team Vietnam that will be coming from Pochinki. We've got the Nepal Blue, who will pass through Rozhok, and I think that's where they're gonna stay. And as for Legacy of Lebanon, okay, what kind of game plan do you have for us?
What kind of a game plan? In fact, are we looking at by these guys? It's a bigger question, but Malaysia, so far, they're just chilling into this squad house that they have put themselves into the northern side of the Rozhok areas. And so far, I don't think any team would like to take a fight, but as soon as I said that, okay, some fight has to occur. Lebanon is going to go, in fact, against a team Nepal. In fact, Laos is going to go against a team Nepal Red this time around. It's a knockdown on Saitama. Izzy Boy into the front lines. The damage can be done upon on the player, but Rex's position is going to be detrimental. It's going to be crucial, whereas this guy has the potential, the chance to go forward, get some casualties done upon on the guys. This is the opportunity for the rest of the team allows as well to like fully submerge this Watertown area, block every exit that there is a possibility that the team can get out of, and just chill out there, wait for them to like leave, try to leave the premises. You can get some easy 4 eliminations for yourself if you just wait it out.
Nepal Red and Laos duking it out here in Watertown. We've got Laos flashing their 4 elimination points with Lizzie Boy bagging most of them. Nepal Red getting into position, trying to get, of course, in the best angle possible. We've got Lizzie Boy trying to do a major backstab, but that wasn't an accurate spray coming from Noir, putting down one player from Red, but great follow-through coming from Nepal as well. Again, a trade-off is definitely happening between these two teams, but Saitama will remain down on the ground. Could be hard for him to get picked up at this point because it is already getting intense.
It is getting intense, as you can already see the next stage of the circle going all the way to the shooting range and the crash site. The crash site is where the circle is right now situated at, and where Team Pakistan is also situated at right now. But Laos on our mini screen, we can see the fight against the Team Nepal Red constantly going. It's a gun blazing for both of the teams. We have Lizzie Boy going forward. We have Precious reloading his S12K, 8 bullets, 7 bullets. Now on the reload side, he goes back. You have to take the 2 players elimination right here into this proximity. The grenade is going to go. The player is going to get taken down. Beautifully done, but on the backside, it is Lizzie Boy that's going to have that final bullet done upon the player. It is all over. Nepal Red out of the vicinity, out of the game, and with just the 1 elimination on their side, that's a really good fight. But wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, we have another team into this Watertown proximity. One team leaves, another one comes up.
All I can say is that was such a crucial gameplay coming from Laos. And again, you know, PUBG, it's not just about the mechanical skills and just really going head to head with another with your enemies. It's also about outsmarting, outgunning, right? Yeah, the opposition. And the way that he did that backstab right there up against Nepal Red, that was beautifully done by Laos, hence getting them the victory out of that clash. But of course, they're not out of the woods just yet, because there's another team that would love to challenge them, and that would be the boys of Team of Vietnam. You're right now, Lamborghini cooking up. Here comes the spray. Lamborghini gets it. Honda down on the ground. Oh, it was Nanity who shut them down.
Oh my god. Another one goes down. Another one. Situation is kind of turning very pale for so many of the players. But there we go. Beckham into the vicinity of the compound. He's trying to take a peek. He's trying to take the shots upon on the players, but the circle's closing in. You have no way to get out of this area unscathed. Nathy coming up, eliminating Honda up, and right with this, down to the last 2 guys of the team. To Laos, from this point onward, they have nowhere else to go. 8 elimination, and still getting eliminated this early on the hashtag number 12. It's not going to be good for them. But Indonesia coming out with the Nepal White. That's a 1 knockdown. The other one is going to be eliminated too. Oh my god, within a single split second. That's 1-1-1-1 elimination for each and individual player of the team Indonesia, having secured 4 elimination in this match. They are getting an amazing start once again.
And of course, only 3 matches left here, ladies and gents. The tournament has entered its make or break moment, and Pakistan obviously wants to secure the throne, and Blue is really climbing fast. Indonesia is fighting to regain their dominance based on what we can see on the screen here. The top 6 battle is tightening, and again, you know, every player we have inside the battlefield knows exactly that if you have one bad rotation, like one wrong move, one mistake, it can be very expensive. And looking at the map feed onto the right screen here, we've got Pakistan holding down the fort to the northern side, and just look at that. They might have a collision with Team Indonesia.
Oh yes, it is another clash. It is another clash coming up, ladies and gentlemen, slowly and steadily. The top giants are gonna go against each other. T24, I would say his position is super important here, because if he manages to get a single knockout on towards the players, the rest of the team will definitely follow. But from what I can see, the rest of the team is actually going towards the Bangladesh side. Eddie, the solo guy that is surviving into that proximity, they're going over there. But T24, I think he has given out the call out that yes, we need you, we need us to be a single unit with the fight. But there we go, the shots, the connectivity, it did happen. Not enough for the player to like get out of the car to take him down or anything of those shorts that can actually potentially harm the car as well. It was just the minor shots, nothing too personal, nothing too harmful for the team. Indonesia is easily going to go and take a different approach from this point onward.
19th remaining, stage 4, ladies and gents. Of course, this action, all of this action that we can see that we are witnessing right now coming from the teams here, it's putting us at the edge of our seats. Now, we've got Satan. Okay, I think it wasn't really expected that one to happen, but Kenny definitely caught him off guard, and now he is paying for it. It's currently down on the ground, bleeding out there in the open. It could be a little hard, you know, for Team Syria to pick up their teammate, because Depp is already here, and he just got the job done. You know, he made sure there's no coming back from that one. And at the same time, coming with a kill feed, it's Razy. Currently down on the ground, fatality as well coming from Mongolia, and that is the confirmation coming through that he is already out of the game, and as well as Razy from Indonesia. Wow.
Oh my god, come on. This is the fight that we are all waiting for to happen. But the fight, it happens, it stops, it starts, it stops. It's this tad bits of small things. But example, this might be a wrong move for you, but oh my god, IQ, come on. The reload is going to be detrimental for the player. The knockout is imminent. Example gets taken down. It will be maybe a casualty unless a third party comes into the play and get that elimination secured for themselves. Steal that elimination away from these guys. IQ's here gonna go for that maybe elimination. The answer is no. And now the rest of the team Nepal Blue, they will be saying that okay, the player's gone, you can come maybe revive me up, but no, it's not gonna happen. They're not gonna take that risk. At this point, taking a risk, it's going to like harm you more than it's gonna affect you. Yes, you may be able to get that revival done, but what after that? What happens after? Because you're so much into the open, the sprays, the car burst down, the grenades that can potentially come into the plays, it can potentially like get not 1 but 2 players eliminated. But look at IQ. IQ is the lone wolf into that proximity. He's gonna get taken down, and Naki, T24 OP, everything residing onto these two guys from this point onward.
Hey, Pakistan and Indonesia definitely will have no choice but to respect and welcome this threat that is Nepal Blue. As you can see on the screen here, we've got Team Pakistan also having an exchange with Nepal Blue. We can see that it is Yante cooking up that nade here, just making it impossible for Team Pakistan to recover. It's just really adding up all of those pressure. Example getting into play, but unfortunately he gets stacked. We've got Noki on the screen here, still making it happen for Team Pakistan. It's an absolute war here between Nepal and Pakistan.
Oh my god, it is Nepal versus Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, going on. A blue Killer YT trying his level best. The shotgun is definitely going to connect, and now with this, It is down to the very last guy. T24, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going to happen from this point onward. Team Pakistan is once again back to the very square one that they were trying to get out of. Oh, killer YT! That was a killer spray, man. That was a killer spray right there. But Indonesia is going to make a third-party amendments right here. They're going to actually enter this vicinity. They're going to have those casualties, maybe against the Team Nepal Blue. They're aggressing, and if they've been out this chicken dinner, if they've been out even this fight, the differentiation between the points is going to be super intense that nobody's going to be able to like catch up to them from that point onwards. ZMJJKK is going to go forward. He's going to get a player completely annihilated. We have ZMJJKK giving that revive. It's a 1 versus 1, ladies and gentlemen. It is Delta into the front lines. It's all over. 8 elimination, and now the players are surviving. It is a top 5 and 8 elimination to the name of Indonesia, with surviving of 2 of their players.
Man, they're back on top. They're, I believe, the first team out of the 16 in the leaderboard. Okay, 155 to 146. Okay, that is a confirmation that we need. Okay, so for Pakistan, they've already been taken out the equation here. Indonesia is still in play with a massive point on the leaderboard. It's a total of 8 elimination points for this round alone. Now, Syria, it's I mean, the energy is fluctuating, but the fact that they were able to like really climb up ranks from day 1, day number 2, now day number 3, they are currently at 9th place. It was an amazing journey for them, and I'm still waiting for them to pull out their aces, you know, in this competition. The moment that we step into the final 2 matches for today, that's going to be in Midamar. But now at stage 5, with also 5 teams remaining here, we can see that Indonesia also suffered some losses. We've got Malakbik and Rezi out of the team. And it's going to be Vox and ZMJJKK who will be the tandem for Indonesia. Right now, they're trying to take care of business up against the Bangladeshi, trying to take down Eddie. And I think that was it. You know, for ZMJJKK, he was the one who bagged that point.
He did. He definitely did. Right there. But 9 eliminations to the name of Indonesia. That's a very big boy number right there. But Jordan, they're in this like circle. They have the position of the circle for themselves. And the players that are actually moving into the premises, they're going close to the proximity of the Team Syria. The car knockdowns, the rushes, it's definitely going to occur from this point onward. We are officially into the top 3. The cars are going to block out the way. Syria, you have no way to get out of this area. The grenades, the throwables, you have to take the fight one way or another, or you can just wait out for the demise of the blue zone that's gonna occur at you, because not only you have to get inside that circle, you also have to take the fight against a team that is a full man squad right into the proximity. It is a 2 versus 4, and there is the possibility that you might not survive that one, but Indonesia as a third party can do wonders from the backside if the backstab occurs. Syria one side, Indonesia the other side. They can definitely take down the rest of the Team Jordan player, but Team Jordan player is going to take down one of the players. M7MT is down. The second one, super.
What?
Oh my god, Lyth barely survived, and right with this, it's a third party time, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia is going to do the third party.
Okay, here we go. It was an exciting back and forth trade just moments ago, but it is now time for our end game. It's going to be Team Jordan versus Team Indonesia. Here comes the first attack. Tommy already down on the ground with a shotgun kill. We've got ZMJJKK still trying to find a better angle here, but they have to put down Ragnarok because he does have that great vantage point, and they could, of course, predict as to where Indonesia will be coming from. So let's see what kind of maneuver Indonesia is prepared to execute up against Team Jordan. They are still at a deficit here. Obviously, they are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but if they can somehow flip the script here, Torix, that would be amazing.
Oh my god, the single chicken dinner is what Indonesia needs to cement their position into the top rankings. Then they will have a chill moment for the next match. The first Erangel, in fact, Miramar, they can easily play it out on the safer side. They don't need to like over aggress or anything. They will have enough points to maintain their #1 position if and only if they manage to get that winner chicken dinner for themselves. But Jordan, they also have 6 eliminations. 3 players are still remaining. It is a 2 versus 3 possibility. And walk 6C into the compound. ZMJJKK, he's onto the other compound. They're just chilling out there and just waiting for the circle to like actually close up. As soon as the circle is going to close up, that's where the demise are going to start to happen. Imagine that single guy that is super further away into the proximity. The circle goes over to there. 33 seconds and more, ladies and gentlemen, and we will have our answers on where the circle is going to go. Player from Jordan, Liath, he might get spotted because he has given out the shots. They know that there is a probability that the player might be into the proximity. The sprays, the shot, the tap that fires, that can definitely get some connectivities, maybe upon on the players.
Honestly, stage 6, this is a big space, for like just 2 teams here. And again, obviously Team Jordan is a little bit spread out in the map here. They could go for a pinch. They're trying to back Indonesia into a corner here. They're trying to cover multiple angles here, which is, of course, the best way on how to approach this situation, to just really make sure that they get this chicken dinner. But we've seen a lot of clutches happen, a lot of jaw-dropping events from day 1 and day number 2, and this could be it, Indonesia maybe can pull off a clutch. Maybe they can pull off a miracle up against Team Jordan and even get the chicken dinner. But if Team Jordan wins this, then it is, again, one of the major improvement in terms of gameplay and strat coming from Team Jordan. It's been a long time coming as well.
It has been a long time. It has been a long time, and we're still going to have a lot more time before these 2 teams can get into any kind of tussle. And oh my god, did my prediction just go right? The circle actually went towards Elias. I just realized that. But yes, now the teams, they don't need to move that much. They just have to like hold this premises for themselves. But the next circle, state number 8, is where the demise are going to start from. Clever on top of the mountain. If he spots down the player, imagine if he spots down even the legs of the players. That's some shots. That's some connectivity, and the player might get taken down from that point onward. So it's definitely one thing we do have to see what's going to happen. But Clever, slowly approaching into the situation. He knows he needs to get inside that circle. He's going to take that route. He's going to go behind maybe that eardrop, and after that, he's going to get out. But that MJJKK, as soon as he tried to shoot Clever, he was instantly being denied that elimination. He was instantly denied that spray, and that Molotov, now from this point onward, gives enough time for the rest of the Team Jordan player to actually push up into the premises, go close to the proximity, and take that fight straight with the Walk 6C. ZMJJKK behind this door. He's going to get eliminated. The grenade is going to go, but it's not going to connect anywhere. It's a 1 versus 3 unless you can pull this 1v3 off, which is almost an impossible task right now. Oh my god, you are cooked for this match, Indonesia. You are still going to get a lot of points. 6 for the number 2, 10 for the place elimination that you have, and a total of 16 points. But will it be enough to hold you and yourself for the next match? But there we go. Vox managed to get 1 knockdown. Vox, let's see if he's going to be able to like secure more elimination for himself. The Molotov, the throwables, all the utilities that could have been dumped on this guy, they have been used up. But there we go. Clever comes into play. Vox gets eliminated, and it's all over. 8 elimination for the Jordan, and they're going to have their winner with a chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it was a hard-fought battle up until the end coming from Vox of Team Indonesia. It can be overwhelming trying to manage 3 players from a squad there. I mean, you don't have any backups. You don't have that much resources. All you had was just a weapon to defend yourself, and with a shotgun, which is good for a CQC. But then again, it was a 3v1 situation, and what can you do with a 3v1? Of course, not that much. But anyway, it was also a great team effort coming from Team Jordan. This is a much deserving win, and again, we just have to give the credit where the credit is due. And as for the MVP here, we got ZMJJKK. Again, it was a great performance coming from Team Indonesia overall, putting up 6 elimination points. We've got 708 in damage output, or dealt rather. We've got 363 meters as his longest elimination distance. This guy always tries to prove himself by really setting up quite a streak in terms of his stats and the eliminations.
I mean, he was the sole responsible to that actually managed to take down the Nepal Blue. He was that guy that did that 1v3 into the area, but 59 elimination, ladies and gentlemen, into the match summary with a total of 63 knockouts, a total healing of 8,812. We have 147 throwables used, 2 airdrops, 13 headshots, 18 rescues, and the longest elimination distance that actually occurred in this Erangel is also close to the proximity of the last one. That was 363. I think last one was 368. This is 363. So we're going some meters on the downside. We're lowering some distance of the longest elimination, but nonetheless, the revives are there. Going into the match ranking, it is Jordan, 18 points, 16 for Indonesia, Bangladesh, 9 for Malaysia, 8 for Laos, Nepal Blue with the 7, Syria with the 6, Vietnam and Nepal White with the 4. Pakistan on this while only manages to secure 3 total points. Maldives with the 3 as well, 2 for Lebanon, Mongolia with 1, and alongside of Nepal Red with 1 point as well. Timor-Leste and Sri Lanka is not going to have any point.
Yep, and again, Erangel delivered high-stakes drama here, and in the end, Jordan emerged victorious, securing that WWCD, and in a tense head-to-head battle against Indonesia. My God, even if Indonesia actually got eliminated and they did not secure the chicken dinner, I mean, it was a massive double-digit score at the end of that match. And of course, meanwhile, Pakistan also suffered an early exit with only 2 elimination points just a while ago, but judging with the overall rankings here, they managed to reclaim this spot, and now they're holding on to their 168 total points, and Pakistan with 148. But just like what we've anticipated here, it's going to be a tug of war between these two countries. What I am looking forward to is the fact that we still have 2 more matches to go through this evening. If Nepal Blue can actually really dominate the final 2 Midamars, then perhaps there is a chance for them to even maybe get the second place here.
I mean, for that, you have to be very consistent and very concise on whatever you're doing, and the amount of points that you have to secure for yourself into this particular vicinity, which already is impossible, judging from the fact on how the fights are actually happening. At no point in time you have the slightest of idea when the other team can over push you and eliminate you from that point onward. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the MVP ranking. Malak Bek once again reclaiming his throne onto the number 1 position. We have Firen at the very end from Malaysia, 20 elimination to his name as well, but the rest of the names are going to go all the way to the team Pakistan. IQ, Falak, 2-4 OP, 25, 28, 23 eliminations, but Malak Bek, 31 elimination. This is what I was talking about. You just need a single elimination and you're going to be set for the number 1 position. A short survival time actually occurred, and now it is 35.98% points for Malak Bek, IQ 35.76, Falak 35.55, T24 33.45, 31.59 for Firen. That's a really big dispersion after the top 3, but ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the 3 matches. Only the 2 more remains, and those are the Miramars.
Yep, and I'm still not over with what happened during the the end game. The final moments definitely showed us, that Indonesia and Jordan actually locked in a fierce duel, for the WWCD, and I'm pretty sure that Indonesia was really eager, to reclaim the dominance, which they were able to actually pull off, at the end of that match. But then again, we only have 2 more matches to go, and we're going to step into the first Miramar this evening. So don't go away, ladies and gents. We'll be right back after this. ladies and gentlemen, Torix and Red Queen here, bringing you the action as we head into match number 4 in Miramar. You just know that this isn't just going to be another battleground. This is going to be a true test of endurance, precision, and of course, strategy. With the leaderboard shifting and only 2 matches left for today, the pressure is definitely sky high, and every team knows that this is their moment to make a move.
This is the definite moment to make a move, and those 2 maps that are remaining, those 2 matches are remaining. Andy, we're missing the fact that they're all the Miramar matches. They're all the same maps, both of them. So even if one map do not go into the way of the teams, the second one may just go into their proximity, into their way. So we do have to see how well the players are going to be able to get that momentum done for themselves, or how the teams are gonna take that initiative fight for themselves. I'm really concerned about Team Indonesia. I'm really concerned about Team Pakistan at this point, because they are kind of getting into the tussle against each other, and even a single slightest mistake can shift the whole leaderboard against them. We have seen these teams capable of securing 16, 15, 18 elimination points, and on top of that, a winner chicken dinner, meaning that 20 points of a difference that is right now being secured for the teams. It's not that much.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely right. But I feel like, yeah, Pakistan, they have been dethroned for day 2. Right after Sanhok moments ago, they were really pretty aggressive. They were determined. They were so eager, really, at getting Indonesia out of the top spot, and they were able to do that. But again, we were talking about the fact that one mistake, one slip up could mean everything, and Indonesia was able to do a massive resurgence from the previous round. And I think at this point, they're really going to give it their all to really hold on to the top spot. Again, they've managed to put in a lot of effort and a lot of work, to be the top dogs in this competition. And I think, they have no way, or they're not going to let it happen to just let go of being the strongest competitor here in this tournament.
I mean, they are kind of like a strong team, yes, but those mistakes, this is not the time to make any kind of mistakes whatsoever. But ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the match number 4. This is the Miramar, and you can already see the plane line from Impala all the way to the La Cobreria. El Pozo is accessible, Picado is accessible, Los Leones. It may be accessible if you glide, unless you have to find the cars to go down into the city of the Los Leones. San Martin is available, Hacienda del Patron, so someone is definitely going to go for that Golden Murado. I can definitely say for that for sure. El Azhar is also another vicinity where we might see some early clashes, early fight, early tussle, any of those sorts happening into the area. But from what I can see, I see Hacienda del Patron kind of into a fight where the teams will definitely go for that aggressive stances. Picado may be another one where Indonesia, one player's at MJJKK might drop down alongside with another full team. So 1 versus 4, you have to be very careful, very precise on which angle you're going to take, which angle you're going to shoot at, if you want to have any casualties against the other team.
And this is interesting because Team Pakistan is close with where Nepal Blue is, right there in the middle of the map. So maybe they will find each other, and maybe they will have an altercation. But of course, we'll just have to wait and see if that ever happens. But in the meantime, we're looking at Timor-Leste. At the moment, William was able to get himself a point here. They're going up against Team Mongolia. And right now, they do have that leverage up against the opposite just because of the fact that they were able to get one of their players. So it's going to be a 4v3 situation. But as you can see, some of the players from Mongolia still going through the buildings here to make sure that they have enough ammo, they have the proper attachments, and of course the right weapons to defend themselves with. But as for Fatality, is already getting into position, trying to find an angle that he could utilize, of course, to get the advantage back on their side for this fight.
I mean, we do have to know how the fight is going to actually end it up, because even in Picado, the TLS versus Mongolia, team Timor-Leste versus Mongolia, the fight ensued. The fight started with Mongolia having the disadvantage for them at the very early stage. But now, from this point onward, I think both of the teams have mutually decided to disengage from this fight and try to like kind of make a distance, maintain a distance between them. This is the second last match. You have to be very careful what you're gonna do. It's a matter of life and death. It's a matter of whether you're gonna be into the top 6 or not. From this point onward, the mistake that you could have made into the day number 1, day number 2, there is no chance for that anymore. Malaysia versus Sri Lanka, it's happening into the kill feed as well. We're getting some casualties, we're getting some eliminations. Sri Lanka versus Lebanon is also into the proximity as well. So Lebanon, they are the one that did get that knockdown upon on the players, but still, it's Miramar. You still have the decency, the chance where the fights are not gonna actually happen. The full fight are not gonna actually happen into the starting of the stages, but rather the stage number 2 or the 3.
If Malaysia actually does great in this round, then they will be the 4th team to cross that triple-digit score. Right now, it's just Pakistan and Indonesia, and of course Nepal Blue that has a triple-digit on the leaderboard. But again, you know, Malaysia is already at 99 points, and Nepal Red with 92. So it's they're already neck to neck here, battling for 4th place spot. I can say that Malaysia is still, you know, like elimination heavy approach. They have, I mean, that strategy alone kept them competitive, while Red, their consistent placements, I think, is what keeping them in the race here. But in the meantime, let's see what's going to happen. Sri Lanka now goes in for the charge here. Unfortunately, Susti tripped a little, and Lexi capitalized on that one. And now we can see that Susti is facing the ground here. Legacy is pretty low in HP, and that was a nade coming from Sri Lanka. Jimmy went in for a revive wait from Lebanon, picking up that nade, but waited too long for that one.
Yeah, he kind of waited too long for that one, and that's on him at this point. Susti not only will get that revival, but Jimmy securing those 2 eliminations for himself. It's a great approach and a great start that the player has finally got for himself. But now, the rest of these 2 teams, they're actually getting a third party from the backside. You can see into the minimap, we can see a purple name into the back vicinity, but we do have to see how that is going to happen, how that is going to affect all these players. Lebanon is here, easy into the front lines. We have Team SLX, Sri Lanka, Lebanon on the backside. There is another team. We do have to see how this 3-way deadlock is gonna happen.
Okay, here we go. Easy. I do wonder if it's going to make it easy for the Sri Lankans, of course, to find him at this point. But then again, it is crucial for Lebanon just because of the fact that they are still at the bottom of the leaderboard, and now another teammate had just been picked up. But I guess this takes away the attention, you know, from Lebanon and Sri Lanka now looking at a different direction, because there's a team I think on the church or at the church area here that could potentially knock them out. But then again, Lucifer, I don't think he's going to let go of this last person coming from Lebanon, and let's see if he can actually pinpoint where he is exactly and get that point done.
Oh my god. 16 teams out of 16 teams are alive. Andy, I love this fact that this Midamar is actually going into the anticipation mode, where we have like a very slow pace start. Yes, the teams are getting eliminated, some players are getting eliminated, and the rest of the teams, a full-fledged team elimination has yet to occur. Vietnam has 1 elimination, one of their players now knocked down. Indonesia is also facing that casualty. 1 player there is knocked out. The second one has been eliminated. This cannot be a good start for the team Indonesia from this point onward, as ZM, JJKK, and Maldives are the only 2 guys alive. They are getting some more shots, they are getting some more damage onto their side, and if they're wrong, if they're making any kind of wrong moves, it can be a knockdown, a confirmation on another player, and this will severely undermine the full team of Indonesia at this point. But Vietnam, you don't have to get overconfident at this point. Yes, you are getting some decent number of elimination points, but god, you beauty, Mozambique! Super low on that HP. Now, from this point onward, Vietnam has successfully almost destroyed the team Indonesia at this point. ZMJJKK is on his knees. The player has revved himself back to the 75% HP.
Oh, man.
Lamborghini is being intercepted by a third party. Oh my god, IQ coming up, fighting with the Nepal white into the proximity. So it's not just one fight, it's different fight. Vietnam is here, taking the fight against the team Nepal white. Pakistan is fighting with the Nepal fight as well. Alongside, if they're really lucky, they can have all those eliminations for themselves. So it's a matter of fact of how you're going to be able to like get more and more elimination for yourself, because this elimination, this knockout was phenomenal. Sky, you are a elimination. You are a peak freak at this point. You are getting those peaks, you are getting those knockdowns on the precisions. That takes a lot of practice, man.
Oh, this is a party. I mean, Indonesia definitely caught back to first place, but can they hold it? I mean, we've got all the teams fighting up in this very spot. It's so painful to see Indonesia right now, getting their team is picked up one by one. It was Nepal white just moments ago, and now we have Team Vietnam and Team Pakistan coming into play as well. So again, if Pakistan doesn't have a statement game here in Midamar, Indonesia might run away with a championship, and Team Pakistan just made sure that, oh no, that's not how it's going to play out. We are definitely here to win it, and that's exactly what they did. Indonesia already out for the Midamar game.
Oh my god, 5 elimination into the Miramar. Indonesia is out. Nepal blue is still into the vicinity, 117 points and 3 elimination. They are on the 120 marker as well, ladies and gentlemen. But for Man Alive, it's a great start. The start is great for these players, and we do have to see how it's going to go forward. But Example is going to go back into his horse, is going to sit on the horse, and now move forward into maybe some decent number of compounds area. You don't want to like be into the Petrona area where it's not good for you. It's Hacienda del Patron, outskirts. The area is the outskirts, and you do have to know, we do have to see how they're going to be able to like secure their momentum over here, because this open area only means one thing: either you're going to be looking at a lot of players, or there's going to be a lot of players that are looking at you.
Whew, oh my goodness, that was again a nerve-wracking experience, and we're talking about the stage number 2 in Midamar. Anyway, we've got Red of Nepal going up against Jordan. We've got Lucifer down on the ground. Same thing goes for Trexie of Malaysia coming off the kill feed here. We've got Jimmy picking up his teammate. Of course, to get all the firepower, he needs to defend the whole team, while Depp and Trex is still on the ground here, and I think they won't have a chance to even get picked up at this point. And Sri Lanka obviously will capitalize on this information, and Lucifer will come after Depp. But just look at the kill feed here. It's still lighting up. It is not stopping at this point. What is going on?
Oh my god. This is so insane at this point. The teams, the way that everyone is getting into the fight. We were talking about, okay, the Miramar is super slow on the start, but now everyone is kill hungry. Everyone is elimination hungry. Timor-Leste, William comes into the play, takes down Mongolia, and right with this, the 4 elimination are for these guys without even a single casualty. Champ will also be getting that revival, but I'm not sure why Champ was not been taken up before that. Okay, Abu is here. Get that Champ, and all the 4 players are going to be back on the 75% HP. The only 2 teams, Timor-Leste and Maldives, are the names that are right now outside of the play zone, outside of the circle, taking that blue damage. But in the circle, Lebanon, Team Sri Lanka on the backside, the 3rd team, they are still here. They are still into the same area that we saw them at the very start of the game. And come on, man, come on. It is I think it is from the Team Malaysia side. That is the backlines of Team Lebanon and Sri Lanka. Yes, Kenny is there into the back lines. Easy has been spotted. The DBS is not going to get any kind of connection. The player needs to be very careful on whatever he's going to do. The DBS is going to get one connection. The second one does not come into the way. Lebanon gets eliminated. Now Sri Lanka with the upper hand with the 1v3 that Jimmy has done so far, with the 4 total elimination. Now they're down to the 3 players. Malaysia, at this point, I do believe so. They have a really good chance. If they had the throwables, they could have utilized that right here.
Well, all Jimmy had was the element of surprise, so it's really hard to go up against 3 members of a squad here. I mean, you're all alone, so a win could definitely be hard to pull off. So we do understand, Jimmy. Don't worry about it. 11 teams remaining here, ladies and gents, and we're looking at Kenny, also the last surviving member coming from Midamar, and we did talk about this moments ago, that if Midamar does good in this particular round, and they could be the 4th team to actually cross the triple-digit score, but unfortunately we're down to just their last member. So perhaps, you know, the best thing to do right now is just not make his presence felt, you know, hold his breath and not really make any movements whatsoever to not compromise this location. But of course, coming off the kill feed, it's Timor-Leste again. One of their players just got picked off, if I'm not mistaken. And on the screen, we've got domain of Nepal. They are here at Cruz del Valle. They're watching out for any teams that might head towards their direction. But I feel like, yeah, they're pretty close with Sri Lanka. They're pretty close with Bangladesh as well. But I don't think they're going to be leaving that compound, especially with the fact that, you know, they don't want to risk any more members in the team since they're down to just 2.
Oh my god, they're down to just 2. Bangladesh is down to the very last guy on top of that. Laos is pushing up. Timor-Leste is in the front line. The grenades are going to go up. The sprays will get a connectivity. Team Pakistan, they're in the circle. Talking about the Laos and the other teams, they are into the circle as well. The fight can definitely ensue over towards that direction, but Laos, they managed to secure 2 more eliminations for themselves, a total of 4 eliminations. Beautifully done. Susti is knocked out so far, so something needs to be done by those players as well. And Malaysia has been eliminated in the Cruz del Valle at this area. Laos, 4 elimination, 3 men standing, going forward. They have another team, Nepal Blue, into the close proximity. Example also on his horse, just chilling out there into this barren lands with the horse. He is actually a cowboy. He's being a cowboy in this land, but will he shoot? Will he shoot quickly upon his enemies? This is the question. But KYT close to the team Laos. The fight can ensue. The fight can occur, but none of these 2 teams kind of want to like take the fight into this long of a range spray, where they know that even if the player gets a knockdown, it will be an easier revival for the players. You cannot like hope to get that confirmation upon on the team. KYT is kind of scared as well because his team is kind of further away from him, and if he gets knocked out, it's on him. It's on him at this point. Nobody's gonna come to rescue this guy outside of the blue zone, like outside of the safe zone, to get that revival done and make a full squad once again. But 6th elimination is good for the team Nepal Blue as well. They're kind of like doing a great job cementing themselves into the top 3 position, and slowly and steadily they are trying their level best to approach the number 2, number 1 position maybe. But for that, you have to take 2 consecutive chicken dinner, this one and the next one as well.
Nepal Blue is definitely ahead. You know, they already have 6 elimination points for this round. Red is fighting to stay relevant. Unfortunately for the white team, obviously they're struggling, and now they have already been taken out of the game as well, which is a little difficult to see, to be honest. So I do wonder which of these 3 amazing teams, of course, will really stand tall in this competition. But of course, the greatest, I think, team that I can say at this point, since they do have the numbers, would be the blue team. And I think we failed to mention the fact that, you know, Team Jordan, it was such a disruptor, you know, for this tournament. They're also one of the teams that really crawled their way from the bottom to the upper half section. I mean, they just took down Indonesia for WWCD, a while ago, and they're really fighting hard to get into the top 6 here. I wish, okay, that they can manage to hold on because, well, there you go. Okay, they just got eliminated with 2 points, so let's see if they can do a better round in the final match later on.
I mean, that's the thing. You have to be very careful on how you're going to play it out, because all these teams that have been eliminated, they don't have this match of a chance for themselves. They will only have the next match, in fact, as their final hope to secure some positions, maybe break some of the momentum for the teams, and secure some of the momentum for themselves at that point. But talking about the team Pakistan so far, 4 players, and Falak is kind of getting some damage, and I'm not sure why this guy is super further away, always further away from his team. I'm not sure what is going on with this player, but he needs to regroup. He needs to regroup and regroup fast. But Nepal Red, Rex, managed to take down a player. It's an instant confirmation. That's the 6th elimination that even the team Nepal Red is going to have for themselves from this point onward. Domain is kind of close into the proximity of the team Syria. There is the Sri Lanka into the proximity as well, outside of the Kursdale Valley, the valley area. But look at Susti. Susti's super further away from the team and close to the proximity of 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 of the players of the Syria.
Well, Pakistan was really dominant early on, but now they're in second place. So is the pressure finally getting into them? But the fact that Indonesia has already been taken out of the game here, I think they do have the best chance again to score big for this round. Obviously, they need a huge game here in Miramar. If they fall short again, then Indonesia definitely might just walk away with the trophy. So again, you know, Pakistan isn't just playing for the title. I feel like they're really fighting to reclaim, you know, the regional dominance in the competitive scene. So let's see. Falak right now is getting some hits. I think that was coming
Laos.
from Laos. Wasn't that from Rex? Okay, maybe from Laos.
No,
Yeah.
that was on the right side. I think that was on the right side where Team Laos is situated at. They were the one getting those shots. Falak did receive some. But now, they're not going to look at Laos. They're actually going to look at their opponent. I think it is Nepal Red into the proximity that they are trying to look at. But Syria, they have spotted down the Sri Lankan's player. The shot will definitely ensue up upon these players as well. But will it connect? Will it connect? Will it get a knockdown? The answer is no. Susteen, meanwhile, gets a knockdown. Yes, that is for sure. And with 5 elimination to the name of Sri Lanka, I would say this is the right moment for the Syria to, like, even if they want to, like, take this fight for themselves, they have to push. They have to push on Sri Lanka from this point onward. Use all the utils, all the throwables that you have against this team. Throw with your hard content, get those eliminations and the victory for yourself, at least in this match. Syria, so far, it is 1 elimination. They're still above Team Sri Lanka on the hashtag number 9 that they are, but they're still super further away from securing that number 6 position. If they're still eliminated here, there is no hope whatsoever of securing that top 6 position in the next match as well.
And this has been like a fast-paced match here in Midamar. The fact that we are already at stage 5 and we're only looking at 16 remaining, man, that was a great, I guess, sequence that we've seen so far. But anyways, Sri Lanka is running out of space here, and Ali obviously just making sure that they apply a lot of pressure onto the side of Sri Lanka to get that victory up against this team. But hey, they're still trying to dance it up, and Ali was able to take in some damage, but at the end of that clash, it was him that emerged victorious. And now Sri Lanka out of the way, eliminated by, of course, Syria. Now they do have 4 elimination points under their belt, which puts us with 5 teams remaining on the screen. Now Syria going in for a reposition here. They're taking in some damage as well, coming off from a spray somewhere. But the thing is, they have quite a great chance here of getting or like making it to the end game. But judging by the situation, obviously Team Pakistan is spread out, so they're going for the zone control here, even up against, you know, Nepal Blue.
They definitely are trying. At least they're trying. I have to give it to them that they are trying to secure some decent number of points for themselves. Team Pakistan, I'm not sure why Falak is again super further away from the team. It's always this one player from the Pakistan gets knocked out and the chain reaction starts, and even right now they are still not fixing that up. Last match it happened, Falak was super further away from the team, and right now he's looting the airdrop. Wait a second, wait a minute. Okay, there was some strategies over here. He was outside for a reason. He got that level 3 arsenal for himself. I don't know if he's managed to like get that gun for himself, the P90, the MG3, any of those other guns, the QBZ as well. And if he does, FAMAS, in fact, not the QBZ, FAMAS, if you manage to get those guns, okay, the close range will definitely be deadly for the team Pakistan at this point. But Syria, so far, it is one team that is outside of the circle. The rest of them, they have entered. Now, as Syria will be trying to move their position inside the circle, they will be forced with the fire against the team Nepal Blue. And Nepal Blue, we know for a fact that they are just waiting for this opportunity as well, that, okay, Syria, let Syria come out. We're going to take those casualties. We're going to have as much points, as much eliminations as we can possibly secure.
And here we go. Team Pakistan getting into position here, trying to, of course, anticipate all of the teams that we headed towards that direction. We can see the IQQ already doing a massive fray up against the team Laos. Lazy Boy already down on the ground, courtesy of Falak here. 7 points now for Team Pakistan. And we would talk about aggression again. Pakistan is on full force here. They would love to take the top spot back again from Indonesia, and Indonesia can't do anything about it for this round. So Pakistan obviously is capitalizing on this one and just really, really putting in all the work and effort to make sure that they finish off coming out at the top.
I mean, they still know that there are still 9 more players aside from them alive into the game. But Falak, oh my god, this is a wrong move. Come on, come on. Do not do this. Do not get knocked out here, because if you do, the chain reaction might just start. But IQ, he's trying his level best to take some shots upon the players of the Laos. The last guy, Falak car, was actually been turned into the right direction. That, okay, Falak, not over there, come over here at this point. But Falak is still going to stay into this area. He's still going to try to find out the players. I'm not sure why. At this point, at this small of a circle, they should be focusing on fighting together rather than a solo fights at this point, because those solo fights are going to be detrimental for you guys. If you get knocked down, it's a confirmation. It will not be into your favor. But the only team that have the compounds for themselves is the team Pakistan at this point. I see no compounds, only the rocks, only the ridges, only the mountains for the players. But Falak going outside of the blue zone, taking some damage, going back in. The circle is going to shift once again. And now Falak is going to go back to the team and maybe hold all the premises out of the equation. But IQ is going back. He's trying to rotate out from a backside area into the circle once again, maybe having a decent position for himself into the proximity. Nepal Blue, they're also taking a look at the team Syria at this point. But the team Syria, they're still chilling. They're staying at the very corner. They know how to play this game. They know what's at stake from this point onward, and they don't want to make sure that even if they can't get any elimination points, they can secure as much positioning as possible.
Yep, but I think, Team Pakistan already set down south of the zone. Now, Nepal Blue still need to take care of business here. Yes, they are. They do have the last chance here to get into the endgame, just because they still have to go through Syria. But then again, they also have the chance to win 2 points here. So let's see if they can be successful at eliminating Team Syria at this point, and perhaps they could face off again with Team Pakistan. 6 elimination points is a solid number right there, especially they are now at stage 7. They've already accumulated placement points, so that is a strong performance, a valiant effort coming from Nepal Blue. And now we've got XMPL riding his horse once again, headed towards another location here to help the rest of the team to check out what is going on coming from the south side, which is then patrolled by Pakistan.
It is patrolled by Pakistan so far, and they're not letting anyone into the proximity. But oh my god, example, you beast. What was that? The player was in the air. He managed to secure a single headshot on him. Luckily enough for the player, he's still alive. He is still remaining into the game, but the circle is closing on. 25 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. 25 more seconds, and we will have another stage. The stage number 8 will occur. The damage will intensify even more, but IQQ, not a good move. Not a decent move. Do not go forward. Do not move forward into this proximity unless you have the DBS, and you can make sure that you can get those connections upon with the DBS as well. IQ, in this meanwhile, he's going to go once again close to the proximity. He's going to see the 4 players. He's going to move back up. Once again, he's going to round up the circle of this hill, try to find out the exact location of the teams. He's trying to make sure that the players are getting, I think, they're confused at this point with all this car like mocking up into the area, coming around, stopping, going forward, once again going back. So it's down to the top 3. It is Pakistan, it is Nepal Blue, and it is Syria. The grenades are coming up. Falk is going to have that first knockout on the Giante side. The grenades is once again going to go. Example is low. Another grenade comes into the play. Example gets taken down. Delta is in the car. Killer YT is also in the car as well. They're moving away from this area. IQ is going to have both of those eliminations for himself. The player that was in the car, Delta, he's still staying there. In the meanwhile, Syria is also receiving the wrath of the team of Pakistan. But Killer YT, he managed to secure the last guy. 5 elimination for the team Syria. They have been eliminated by the Nepal Blue. 8 elimination in total for the Nepal Blue and 10 for the team Pakistan. But oh my god, that's a Molotov right there. That's a Molotov. Delta knocked down. The grenade comes into the play, and it's all over. 12 elimination, ladies and gentlemen. 12 elimination for the team Pakistan, getting that winner chicken dinner. 22 points. The difference between the points is once again between Indonesia and the team Pakistan. Pakistan securing once again the #1 position.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I was about to say, okay, let the carnage begin. But you know what? Judging by how it all worked out, again, it was a bit of trouble onto the side of Blue just because of the fact that they still needed to take care of business with Syria, right? So they're going to risk losing some members. They're going to risk taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. And all Pakistan needed to do was just really be patient. They were down south. They were really patrolling the area, making sure that there will be no teams or like no player that will come up from behind to try to outsmart them. But they did not waste any time. They did not even let Nepal Blue lick their wounds. They just set in and threw that nade, sealing the deal and getting the chicken dinner for Midamar match.
Even though the winner chicken dinner for the team Pakistan, but still, the MVP is going to go all the way to the Nepal Blue. Rex, 4 elimination, 725 damage, 318 is the longest elimination distance, 123 damage taken, 33 done, 57.14 contribution percentage. This guy had the lowest healing done whatsoever after the one that we saw. I think it was the second match, the first Erangel, with just a 16 healing on one of the guys. So that was something. That was definitely something. But once again, it is the similar performance, 123 damage and 23 of the healing. Then we have the overall stats over here for the Rex, how many headshots he managed to secure throughout the game. It is 5.88%, 29% on the body, and 64.71% on the legs.
Pakistan strikes back. Okay, I think that's the way we should put it, you know, for their dominant victory here in Miramar. All I can say is that really Pakistan has reclaimed their momentum, securing a WWCD with the 12 elimination points on the board. And as you can see on the screen here, man, throwables used 133. Again, for me, it's pretty low. But then again, if this is the kind of formula that works for every team that we have in this game, then so be it, right? I mean, airdrops looted, I do understand it's so much risk to try and level up your gears coming from a crate that falls down from the sky, you know, from the PUBG gods. And as for the longest elimination distance, it is a total of 389 meters. For Midamar, I guess this is an okay number to see on the summary. But getting back into the kind of performance that we've seen earlier in the match, it was really a high-stakes battle against Nepal Blue after their early exit in Erangel a while ago. This was the statement game that they needed, you know, for the side of Team Pakistan, proving that they are still in the fight for the championship. Now, what I want to see for the final round, well, total rampage coming from the top 3 teams.
Wait a second, it's 10 elimination? I thought it was 12 elimination that they managed to get. meaning they're on the equal terms. Just the chicken dinner is the difference, which is making the Team Pakistan still stand out into the number 1 position. But Nepal Blue, 14 points. A very amazing game for these guys as well. Syria has 10. We have Nepal Red with the 10 as well. Laos with the 9. Sri Lanka with the 7. Timor-Leste with the 4 alongside of Nepal White. Then we have Jordan, Vietnam with 3 points for themselves. Malaysia, Lebanon with 2. Maldives with just the 1. And Bangladesh, Mongolia, and Indonesia. Indonesia not securing a single point. It's going to be a very hard-hitting factor for their team, because now it's the final match coming up.
Well, obviously, Nepal Blue put up a strong resistance, securing eliminations and making their presence felt despite falling short in the final battle. Their ability, I can say, to consistently perform keeps them well within the top 5 contention, setting them up for a high-stakes final match. And as for Pakistan's second chicken dinner here, man, they played Miramar to perfection. They were able to balance aggressive engagements with calculated positioning. So their ability to control key areas, capitalize on eliminations, and secure the final fight against Nepal Blue prove that they are still a dominant force. Now, the ultimate decider. This final match will then say just who will be crowned kings for the Asia Showdown 2025, brought to you by the Esports Association of Nepal. Are you guys ready?
Are we all ready? We do have to know. Let us know down into the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you do spam your favorite team as well. Whether you can spam the team, whether you can spam the region, it's all up to you. It's all up to you. But yes, the final moment, the final momentum, the final push that all these teams need to get their hands onto that trophy, to be crowned as the champions, begins right now. Team Blue, they're on the competition. Team Pakistan, they're on the competition. And we have, last but not the least, Team Indonesia also into the competition as well. So it's super intense, and we don't know who is going to be the crown champion. It is just a single match that's going to determine that. But circle the plane line, it's here. Horaa Humada is the plane line starting, and it's going all the way down to the Partona area of the map. Oh my goodness. La Cobreria, easily accessible. El Pozo, I don't think so. It's going to be accessible unless you have some cards. Hacienda, San Martin, Picado, all those major drop locations where we do usually see the teams take the fight, early fights. It's accessible right now, Andy.
And again, with Pakistan's victory moments ago, the battle for the title is still wide open. Indonesia is still in the race. Nepal Blue isn't backing down. And of course, Pakistan just sent a statement to the entire lobby here. One match left, one final chance. Who will rise and who will fall where? That's what we're about to find out, ladies and gents, as the teams try to prepare themselves, getting into their favorite hot drops. And it looks like some of the teams might get into a collision here just because of how close they are to one another. I don't think we're going to see any alterations here when it comes to their gameplay. It's going to be a full-out battle here right off the bat.
It definitely is a full-out right battle, because the bottom line teams, they have nothing to lose at this point. They can still go straight for the aggressive stances. They can still go for those momentums that they possibly have needed throughout the games, and they just want to finish off this match either early, or they want to break off the momentum for the other teams. But Indonesia close to the Pakistan close to another team. I think that is the Nepal Blue at this time that is close to the proximity. But we have Mongolia fighting against the Timor-Leste. Leste has been eliminated. That's the first one. Second one fight finally being done and dusted as well. It's not just one, it's two. Jordan has been eliminated too. So two teams in a very early stage has fully been eliminated. Team Mongolia, 4 eliminations for themselves into the Picado area. They are just chilling out here. Lebanon, close to the proximity of the team Sri Lanka. Once again, the fight will occur or the fight will not. This is a bigger question, because both of these teams are kind of onto the low side Erangel. Whether they want to or not, they can just go for the fight. Actually, go for that aggressive stances. Show us what you guys are capable of on the individual performance level from this point onward, because you have nothing to lose. The team performance-wise, you're not going to have any prize pool position. Yes, you are trying to secure as much higher ranking as you can possibly can, but we need to see some casualties going out here. We need to see some single performances, single player performances from this point onward.
Hey, Jimmy wasn't able to do the shimmy here up against Lebanon. Easy is, of course, continuing to apply a lot of pressure onto the side of the Sri Lankans. We've got Easy on top of the building here, executioning Doom and sending him back to the lobby. Good game, well played for Doom here. And now Lebanon has the upper hand advantage up against the Sri Lankans. We got Easy on the screen, cooking up that nade, trying to flash him down. Jimmy's still low in HP here. And again, Lebanon is on full force. They are playing on aggro here. Jimmy still tries to open fire, but then again, Easy spots him out through that nade, and now Jimmy is on the ground.
Oh my god. We do have to know what's gonna happen at this point, because Lebanon Legacy at this point, he's moving forward, he's going forward, but Lucifer is the final guy alive from the players. Lucifer at this point, he is closing in with the M249. Let's see if he's gonna be able to get that elimination. He has the crossbow right here. It's gonna go kaboom. It's definitely gonna go kaboom for the player. We do have to see if anything is gonna go in towards the area. The answer is no. Lucifer is not gonna be able to get any knockdown. Sri Lanka out of the match right here for elimination for the Lebanon.
Yep, Lucifer again got sent back down to the underworld. Well, we're definitely going to be seeing them in the next tournaments to come, so good game, well played. We'll see you guys again soon. Now, down to 13 teams remaining just like that. Just a few minutes into the game, and we are already turning Midamar into a huge bloodbath here. From the screen, we've got Team Pakistan still, of course, pillaging through towns here, getting everything that they need before they step into any engagement. So far, it's been a little passive onto their side, but understandably so. I mean, they have everything to lose. They know that they know what's already at stake. You know, for Team Pakistan, one wrong move and they could be taken, not have the chance to get that top spot from Indonesia. Were they able to get the top spot from Indonesia?
I mean, they
not
are
yet. Not yet.
not yet.
Not yet. Okay, we didn't exactly show the leaderboards right after.
Yeah, we're
the
not
last
looking
Erangel,
at the
right?
leaderboard.
So we don't have any idea, guys. But yeah, I mean, Team Pakistan obviously do not want to be
They're close
at this point. You know, they don't want to make any mistakes. So I'm pretty
God.
sure that it's gonna be all tactical from now on from the side of Pakistan. They're gonna pull out their big brains on this one to make sure that they really get the top spot.
I mean, yeah, the top spot is the fight that is really needed. We can't even see the total number of players alive into the live location leaderboard at this point. We just have to assume how many players are right now remaining with Malaysia. They have taken down one of the players. Let's see if they're going to be able to like secure that elimination. The answer will definitely be a yes. Lebanon, they're super further away from each other. They're not going to be able to like get those eliminations for themselves to make any kind of casualties against Team Malaysia, because Malaysia is super far. The only player that was close to proximity that was trying to leave out of this area, he was taken down. He was instantly shut off from that point onward. Look at the positions. We have just a single Picado area, and oh my god, as soon as I said let's look at the locations, the location goes off as well. Wow, okay, I see how it is. Indonesia, in the meanwhile, they're taking the fight against the Team Maldives. Eddie got a knockdown, got a confirmation. That's one elimination for the Team Indonesia. Lebanon Wait gets a fully finish off as well by the hand of Trexy. That's a bled out that happened a while ago.
Oh my goodness. This is a situation, ladies and gents. Nepal Blue needs a big game. We've got Pakistan, they also need a big game. And for Indonesia, they also need a big game. So can you imagine if all of these three teams find themselves at the last few zones in this Midamar round? Oh, that's going to be an epic showdown out of all the three. But anyway, we're going to wait ever so patiently for that to happen. So far, it's a quiet Midamar for this final round. Everyone is just really passive, you know, taking their sweet time. They're killing nothing but time here. I think it's gonna happen up until maybe we see stage 4.
The fights are not gonna happen from this point onward, at least for Indonesia and the Team Pakistan. I think they will definitely go for that super like safe approach where they will take the fight, yes, maybe again after the stage number 4, stage number 5, and they will assume that, okay, there's not a lot of teams left, there's not a lot of players left, we can definitely take the fights. Until that time, they will definitely go for a safer side approach. Falak, once again, is kind of further away. IQ is on the top of the mountain. The backside, you need to look at the backside too, IQ. You need to look at your back. And in the meanwhile, Indonesia, ZMJJKK has been taken down. Oh my god, that's a one-player knockdown. Will it be a confirmation? This is the question. The second one goes down as well. No! Vietnam, you are completely obliterating the chances of Indonesia securing that number 1 spot at this point. The only players that are alive are the only 2 that are moving away, moving out of this premises. So Vietnam has done a very big setback, very major setback for the team right now.
Oh man, this is not looking too good for Indonesia. At this point, Torix again. We just mentioned that they needed a big game just so they can really make sure that they will end as the one victorious, you know, out of everything that will happen for this final round. And as for the kill feed, yes, we've got a couple of players coming from Lebanon getting picked off by Malaysia. We got Byron coming off the kill feed there. Confirmation coming through that he did get a point out of Lebanon. And now this is such a major setback here for this side of Indonesia. Vox, ZMJJKK, man, they're already out of the game here. So I'm trying to check what the plan can be, you know, for Team Indonesia.
Oh my god, Indonesia. I'm so sad for the fact that Indonesia might not be able to take any kind of fight from this point onward. I was hoping that the 2 giants, let them clash against each other, let them fight against each other at this point, but let's see, Mongolia, they're also facing the wrath of the team Laos at this time. The sprays are definitely coming in. Oh my god, that's a 1-player knockdown. Izzy boy, you are doing a great job getting a knockdown, getting a confirmation. That's 1 elimination for the player. And Laos at this point, they are on the top of the mountain just chilling on the backside. There's the rest of the teams from the Vietnam also closing in. Something needs to be done. Izzy boy, you have to go close to the proximity of your own team member, get that healing and get that maybe survivability done upon the player, because Honda, he's on the 60% HP. He doesn't have enough time to heal himself into the safe side angle. You have to give him the cover so he can heal, he can boost himself, and then take the fight once again.
Yep, and also Team Vietnam is doing their best, of course, to win this fight up against Laos, but Laos is not backing down in this situation. They're also doing a massive counter up against Team Vietnam. But then again, I think there's a need for them. It is essential for them to kind of go in for a reposition, you know, just to really maybe set a trap for Team Vietnam, let them come to their side instead of them actually going in for the offense. But then again, you know, I think, yeah, I don't think they're gonna leave this warehouse. They're gonna let Vietnam step into that trap instead of them actually going out of that compound. But anyway, Team Pakistan still a full squad here again. What an advantage up against Indonesia. And just look at that, they're pretty close to one another, and the fight is definitely about to ensue here.
Oh my god. We do have to see Pakistan versus Indonesia. It's finally happened. The player threw that grenade. It did not get any kind of connection, but the Molotov is inside the compound. It's definitely going to affect the player. But no, how is this guy surviving? How is this guy alive? The jump shots are coming in. He is stuck behind that. Wait a second. What is going on? The player goes out. He gets a lot of damage. He needs to move out of the proximity. He gets in the compound once again, into the backside of the compound. But there we go. The spray comes into the Indonesia with the 1 elimination. They have been eliminated on the hashtag number 12, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the fight is against the team Pakistan and the Nepal Blue. Nepal Blue is also kind of into the close proximity of this area that they can have that winner chicken area. They can overtake everyone, get that number 1 position as well. But firing Orpheus in fact into the vicinity, taking the fight, getting a knockdown. All those eliminations are happening. Team Syria versus Nepal White. Orpheus from Maldives is getting taken down by the hand of Malaysia. Syria, Ali closing in. Nepal White, Sleepy is going to take him down. And M7MD, Yusuf, the only 2 guys that are alive. They will leave the premises from this point onward. Oh no, they don't have anything to lose. They are going. Everybody is going haywire for the fight.
Yep, I feel like somebody already opened up Pandora's box, and now this is pandemonium right at stage number 3. My goodness me! And now Nepal White has already been eliminated by a team of Vietnam, if I'm not mistaken. Man, what a way to go out of this competition. Anyway, back to Syria. Down to their last member. The fight is not over just yet up against Team Vietnam, but I think he needs to vacate this area because he doesn't want to get in sandwiched between 2 fighting teams here. So I guess this is a good call. But then again, I feel like Nepal Red is smelling blood. I think they're definitely going to hunt him down. As for battleground and the rest of Team Vietnam, okay, they're trying to do a reset here because they're preparing for a fight up against Nepal Red.
Oh my god. It is Nepal Red right now into the proximity. Vietnam is here, firing, taking Falak down. Oh my god. And once again, it is Falak. We were also talking about into the previous match as well that this guy is kind of farther away from the team. And I think it's the same situation once again. Look, should have been farther away from the team. He got taken down. Now it's the question of whether he will get the confirmation or he will not get the confirmation at this point in time. But Vietnam, Leviso, he's gonna get into the car. They might leave the premises. They might get out of this area from this point onward. We do have to see. But Nepal Red, Rex into the proximity. We have MY's Kenny, Nepal Blue, Gyante getting those knockouts and eliminations for themselves. But Falak gets eliminated by the hand of fire, and Leviso is into the proximity as well. Domain getting that knockdown. The second guy from the team, in fact, Vietnam is also going to be eliminated, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. 3 elimination for Nepal Red, but Blue is fighting against Team Pakistan. We have to go, and we do have to see how the Team Pakistan is actually holding up towards that area, because Falak this time around was the guy that was eliminated, was knocked out, finished off at that point. But Falak, he's going to be finished off by the blue zone. The rest of the teams are still going to survive and still be into the safe side area. I kind of want to see Nepal Blue. I kind of want to see Team Pakistan at this point, because they were at the top of the chart. They were having more than 100 points for themselves. So the tussle is between those 2 giants.
Okay, Rex was the MVP in the last Midamar round, so perhaps he was able to carry that same momentum back to the final round, because he needs that to happen, you know, to be consistent and stay in the top 6 here for the competition to get that slice of the pie. Coming off of the kill fit, oh, Nepal Blue versus Team Pakistan right now, but unfortunately T24 is currently down on the ground, and Pakistan will be coming from down below. So we've got Nepal Blue on the high ground advantage here. We've got Beyonce coming in from the left side of IQQ, but it's a good thing that IQ was able to spot him up. An example being aggressive here, trying to get close to the situation, and that's it for IQQ. He tried to get close, he exposed himself up above, and now Nepal will capitalize on that information and just really went for a rapid spray. Now IQQ, man, he is, I mean, he's pretty helpless at this point.
Oh my god, no, T24 is also down, no, the situation is overturning, IQ is down, oh my god, Noki would have been the only player right now alive for the team, and oh my god, we're into the top 7, ladies and gentlemen. 1 positioning point will be given out to the teams that get eliminated from this point onward. Bangladesh, Shaijan, he's giving that revival to Eddie, and with the 2 players on the team Bangladesh, once again, they will go forward against the team Syria, maybe the team Nepal Red, but Pakistan gets eliminated on the hashtag number 7. Oh my god, this is getting juicy and juicier at this point. Nepal Blue were the one responsible for that elimination, and now with the 6th elimination into the hands of Nepal Blue, they just need that winner in a chicken dinner. They need that winner in a chicken dinner, and they will have the top position for themselves. And oh my god, will it be enough to secure, to dethrone the other teams to get the top position for themselves or not?
No. You know, sometimes I'm not sure if I still want to do commentary or just really watch the fights, you know, happen in front of me. This is so exciting. But we've got Bangladesh on the screen here trying to go up against Nepal Red. Shijan a little bit low with the HP here. His teammates really down on the ground. Shijan with his shotgun did not do him any good because Nepal Red was out to get him and was really looking forward to get that point. 7 now for Nepal Red.
Yes, it is 7 points, 5, out of which 5 is instantly for Precious. Right here, this guy is super precious for the team. I have to say that. Oh my god, they're going super head-to-head against each other. We can see the team, in fact, Syria as a solo player, M7MD. We have the team Laos close to the proximity of the Nepal. We also have Mongolia into the proximity as well. The fight can definitely ensue at any point in time, right into the proximity. So whatever happens in these top 5 scenarios, it's going to happen within this circle. I do totally believe it's going to happen within this circle from this point onward, and I kind of want to see that aggression happen. Everyone going forward, completely clashing up, getting those eliminations for themselves, and just annihilating everyone into the lobby.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine Nepal Blue with the winner chicken dinner, 25 eliminations. Okay, so far they have 6 eliminations the last time we saw them, right? With this, and a total of players that are alive, 6 plus 10. That's 16 eliminations that they can possibly get if they wipe down the whole lobby. Meaning 26 points for them. But my main question for you guys on the chat and for you, Red Queen, is that will it be enough or not?
Well, that is a big question mark right there. But the fact that Nepal Blue was able to set a total of 6 points inside their pockets, and we are already at stage 5, they're still a complete squad, that is such a huge advantage right there. We all know the kind of firepower that they have as a team, and going through some of their opponents here for this stage 5 will definitely be cutting through or like slicing through a butter here. It'll be that smooth. Of course, I feel like they already have that momentum. They do have that motivation as well. Again, for this side of Nepal, they're not playing here just to survive this game. They're not just playing here for themselves. I think they're carrying a lot of pressure coming from the whole nation just because of the fact that we've got 3 Nepal teams here representing and fighting for the top spot in this competition. So I guess they're really putting their best effort, their best foot forward, just to make sure that they give everyone what they want. So far they're putting up a great show. They're not disappointing their fans, and I can say the same for the remaining teams that we have for stage 5 here. We still got Mongolia playing for stage 5. Vitality already out, but it's Apex, Rilo, Alex right now still making it happen for Team Mongolia. Alex has been a key player here, to be honest, for Team Mongolia. He has been aggressive and consistent as well in putting up numbers for the whole team.
I mean, this is the slowest last match that we are going to see from this point onward. The top 5 teams. Oh, come on, go for the fights. I kind of want to see the fights actually too at this point. It's way too much for my small heart at this point. Alex getting some taps on towards the players, no connectivity. Then we have Team MN's Apex. In fact, there's Apex, there's Alex. There's 2 of the AAs. The double A's are here. Rilo, in the meanwhile, he is the only guy that is kind of away from the team at this point. So we do have to see where is Rilo situated at. But for now, Mongolia has a decent position into the circle. But for how long? Because now they will have to move into the circle. Now they have to take the fight against all of these teams, and Nepal Blue is in the front lines waiting for all of these teams on the top of the mountain, just chilling out there. As soon as they're going to show their faces, those sprays, those connectivities are definitely going to approach.
And Syria. Okay, M7MD feeling a little bit cozy inside this shack. Of course, the goal here is to not let anyone know about his current position, and that means, of course, not moving a muscle, not moving anything, not even breathing at this point, because Rilo coming from Team Mongolia is pretty close by, and he might hear footsteps, coming from this small shack. But of course, M7MD here, he does have the reflex to defend himself if in case Rilo decides to actually push for him. But Rilo's still busy looking at a different direction with his Mini 14. He's also trying to pay close attention to any teams that might do something big to eliminate them, or that maybe do a backstab coming from behind. But then again, Rilo spots of players coming from Nepal. We got Apex down on the ground, so who will be picking up their teammate? Oh, so okay, they're gonna let that go. So Mongolia just like that, down to just 2 players.
I mean, that is absolutely true. Mongolia is down to the last two players. NP Red. Nepal Red. Close to the proximity. Precious, the guy that had the 5 elimination. He's ready to take that action against these players once again. Saitama in the car. He's moving forward, but there's the Team Syria into the proximity as well. We do have to see how they're going to be able to get those eliminations for themselves at this point. Rilo into the proximity. Let's see. Mongolia not making a single move. The rest of the Mongolia team are actually further away. That's why the player does not want to like engage in any kind of a tussle, any kind of a fight. But Nepal Blue with the 7 eliminations so far for themselves. We do have to see, are they going to be able to like secure some more decent number of eliminations, because they are trying. They are definitely trying. If not the number 1, number 2, maybe the number 3, they are trying their level best. But they're already on the number 3, aren't they? So it's already on the fact that they are getting into the number 2 or the number 1.
You know what? I do wonder what Indonesia is feeling right now. I mean, they're so close to really being dominant, you know, in this tournament. Day number 1, day number 2, they were pretty unstoppable. You know, the prowess, their power, their tenacity inside the battlefield is undeniable. And to see Indonesia get taken out so early in the game and not even having a chance to solidify their position in the leaderboard market, in the leaderboard ranking. Oh man, that's something that, of course, not everyone expect. But then again, if we talk about like force to be reckoned with, right now it's no doubt that we have Nepal Blue and of course Pakistan going at it. But let's see who will emerge victorious, you know, for this round.
I mean, we do have to know the fact the Mongolia is trying to survive their level best as a 1, 2, 3 players alive. They're doing their level best as a duo. Precious and the Team Nepal Red. They're also doing the same thing, getting as many eliminations as they possibly can. The fight right now, what I do totally believe, is between the MVPs. It is the MVP fight going up for all of these players. There's Laos, there's Nepal Blue. They're trying to make sure that even if they can't get the number 1, number 2 position, they can get that MVP ranking for themselves from this point onward. Syria gets eliminated by the hand of Team Laos. Beckham is the guy that is responsible for that. Now, example. Slowly, steadily move forward. You still have 2 grenades. Get into the corner of this warehouse and then cook those grenades and throw it up.
It's going to be a tight final battle here, that is for sure. Alex, okay, just got run over by Saitama. That was a brutal vehicle elimination right there. But Precious as well, come from Nepal Red, has been taken down, so Saitama's definitely going to pick him up. At this point, they still got time here. Okay, so Rival is already driving towards them, and here comes the attack. Saitama trying to defend himself with a BBS. Rival trying to dance it up with a Starlight, but who will be winning the fight here? It is, of course, at the end of that exchange, Saitama coming up victorious with a DBS gun.
That is the DBS and Nepal Red 9 elimination. We are into the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Top 3 coming up. Team Laos close to the blue. Red just chilling out there into the backside and waiting for the opportunity that can present itself to get that win on the chicken dinner. 9 eliminations so far. It's a very big number. So Laos, Honda, Noir, in fact, Lizzie Boy alongside of Beckham. All 4 players, if they want to, they need to push forward for the Team Nepal Blue at this time. The grenades, the smokes are definitely coming up. Noir cooking that grenade up as well, but no connectivity will occur. He's not going to throw it up unless he hears the player closing in into the proximity. And Lizzie Boy is into the vicinity as well. Honda cooking that grenade, throwing it up. It might connect. It did definitely connect somewhat on the player, but there comes the smoke. There comes the smoke. He's also going to deploy a smoke into the vicinity. He's not going to let the players approach this vicinity unscathed. He's going to make sure that at least, even if they're getting eliminated, he's going to take down 1 or at least 2.
I mean, the pressure is definitely onto the side of the blue here, just because of the fact that they will be coming from the outskirts. And Laos, all they need to do is really set up a very good defense here for this warehouse and really prevent Nepal to take over this place. But XMPL now boosting himself up, getting ready for a fight here. Honda still in the corner, waiting for any of the players coming from Nepal Blue to step inside, and he will definitely open fire and, of course, annihilate anyone who steps within the line. Killer White T already on the move here with a DBS as well, but Lazy Boy right now knocked down on the ground, and that is the opening Nepal Blue has been waiting for. This will definitely pave the way for Nepal Blue to step inside to the zone here and probably take the victory up against Laos with this exchange that we are witnessing onto the screen here. 8 points now in the bag. Laos seems to be on the edge of the losing pace here for against Nepal Blue.
I mean, that's exactly what's happening. La Beckham coming up. Laos Beckham getting a knockdown with the grenade. Now it's all over. Team Laos kind of struggling a lot at this point. But 9 elimination. It's definitely happening. Beckham is the guy that is further away from the team, the rest of the team. But the Molotov is not going to approach the situation up. The players are trying their level best. Nepal Red into the vicinity as well alongside of the Nepal Blue. It's blue versus red. The classical rivalry has occurred once again. Noir got a finisher, and now we are on the stage number 9, ladies and gentlemen. 28 minutes, 29 minutes have passed already, and Saitama trying to get on top of the house. He will try to take down the players of the team at Nepal Blue, but your gun, your nozzle from the gun is being shown up. Now you have to take those shots, you have to take those aggressions. The damage is done. The player did not get a knockdown. Now the concentrate Killer YT, it did not manage to get a knockdown. Killer YT, he's gonna take down Saitama. The one punch man cannot come into the rescue this time around, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 1 versus 1 versus a 4 scenario, 3 scenario. In fact, now it's 2 because Killer YT gets taken down. Gyante comes into the rescue. Beckham gets eliminated. And now Nepal Red, the last guy, Precious, come into the play. Go, rush upon on the team. This is the right time. This is the right moment. Get those casualties done. You have to get that elimination done, because if you don't, that instantly means Nepal Blue will be having that winner chicken dinner now that they have revived their player up back to 75% HP. It will be 23 points maybe coming up for Nepal Blue.
It all comes down to this, ladies and gents. Nepal Blue and Nepal Red, 2 teams representing the same nation, and now locked in the final showdown for the WWCD. We got Delta on the screen trying to make his move here. Same thing goes for Killer YT. Saitama right behind that special crate, not knowing what to do at this point. Where do we point his gun? Saitama very low in HP. We've got a winner, ladies and gents. Oh my goodness, Nepal Blue standing tall in Nepal's esports scene, proving that they do have the power, the tenacity, and the overall gameplay to come up as the one victorious in this final round.
Oh my god, it is Nepal Blue, ladies and gentlemen, taking that winner in a chicken dinner for the final match. Throughout the whole 3 days, the fight, the clash, the tussle was between these 3 teams. Okay, I would say 4, the red one as well, because for the past 2 days, team Nepal Red was on the hashtag number 3. Now Nepal Blue not only overtaking them for the day number 3, but also securing a lot more points for themselves. It is a Nepal Blue, ladies and gentlemen. All the 4 players, you can see the happiness in their smiles right here. The right pictures for the right moment right here, Andy. But yes, will this elimination be enough to get them into the MVP ranking? Will these points be enough to get them at least into the hashtag number 2, if not 1?
Well, yeah, that is still the big question, and that is, of course, what we are eager to see. To happen in front of our screens here. And you know what, as for Nepal Blue, I can say that they have been consistent all tournament here, balancing smart rotations and disciplined engagements. Again, their ability to control zones and play the long game is top notch. It has kept them firmly in the top 5, but now that they were able to pull off another chicken dinner. Again, your question is my question as well. I mean, those numbers, are they enough for them to maybe get the second place, or maybe catapult themselves at the top spot? I mean, maybe the top spot is a little bit overwhelming. So maybe getting the second place for this.
I mean, we do have to know on the fact on the teams and the momentum that they have done into the very end. Yes, this was a very beautiful journey for all of these teams. The way that they play, the way that they actually commenced, and everything that happened. It was great. It was great. But yes, it is the conclusion of the 15 matches that is done and dusted. And we do have to see who's going to have that top point MVP. First of all, I'm really gonna be excited to see that. I kind of want to see the MVP before we move even into the champions. But before any of that, I kind of want to see the match ranking. The match ranking. How many teams got how many points? What is the differentiation between is in our eyes? Then we will move to the champions and everything.
I think that's what everyone's been waiting for, to see the actual numbers on the screen here. I mean, it was all in all a great fight. Even coming from Nepal Red, they have been explosive all throughout. They thrive in high elimination fights and really pushing the pace whenever possible. They've always been hungry for a statement game, and now that they have won a final chance to prove that they can take down Nepal Blue in this competition, even take the chicken dinner. I mean, it was a valiant effort. I can say it was a stellar performance, but then again, it was Nepal's Nepal Blue's resistance and resilience in getting that chicken dinner that actually put them at the top spot here. Killer YT. Oh goodness, is this even like a question for the most valuable player? 6 elimination points for this guy. 908 damage dealt all throughout of this round. We got 258 meters as his longest elimination distance. When it comes to the damage that he was able to take inside the game, it's a total of 82, which is very minimal.
I mean, 6 elimination, 908 damage. It's decent number, but healing is where we are talking about all the faction figurines. 65 healing, 85 damage taken. So he only took damage once throughout the whole game, and he healed himself on that. After that, no damage whatsoever. But no, this is the moment. This is the time for the champions, for the MVPs, who's going to have that majority of the prize pool, 400k Nepali rupees, is on the line. First and foremost, 40% of the total prize pool. Who will have that?
The only 3 teams that I can think of would be, of course, Nepal Blue, and there's Pakistan, there's Indonesia. But of course, it makes it all the more exciting just because of the fact that Indonesia was taken out early in the game. Pakistan was able to pull through and maybe scored some more points. So I feel like there's a best chance that Pakistan may have won this tournament just because of the unfortunate situation that happened with Indonesia for the final round.
I mean, this was the best final round, I would say, that we can possibly would have had. The only thing that would have made this more interesting would have been the fact that if Indonesia and Pakistan had gotten into the early clash, early tussle on that point, oh my god, that would have been a domination. Or they would have taken the fight at the very end. They were the only 2 survivors. This is the only 3 ways that I can totally think of that would have made the things more interesting for the players. But yes, it is done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. The 3 days of action that actually happened with starting from 2 days ago. The day number 1, day number 2, and day number 3. 5 matches each day. It is done and dusted. Teams have played their matches, respective matches, the amount of points, amount of eliminations that they secured, the amount of MVP ranking that they have for themselves. It's done. Now it's only the time for us to see it. Who will be the crowning champion for the one and only ESAN PUBG Mobile Asia Showdown 2025?
And you know what? I'm also thinking about, like, if Jordan, Syria, and Malaysia actually make it to top 6. Again, I think we weren't able to really give a lot of spotlight onto Jordan just because we were so focused on the top 3 that's really battling it out to get the top spot. But Jordan, it was an incredible journey from them. They really clawed their way up, coming from the bottom, and the fact that they were able to secure themselves, placing at number 6 just a while ago. But I don't know what's going to happen, when we go into a break here, if they did really manage to stay in the top 6. And there's also Malaysia, there's also Syria. So let's see what's going to happen. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, then we will announce the winner of this tournament. So don't go away. So, ladies and gents, after 3 days of intense battles, clutch plays, and of course unforgettable moments, we have already reached the grand finale of the Esports Nepal Association PUBG Mobile Asian Showdown 2025, and we're about to unveil the winner of this tournament. Again, my name is Red Queen. Alongside me, Storix, and we cannot wait to serve you guys like which team actually won the championship.
Going to be thank you so much, Andy. I'm sorry, I know for a fact you could hear me, but our audience couldn't, and I'm really sorry for you guys. I'm really sorry for that as well, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are back, and it's time to see who is the champion, the crowning champion of this whole Asian showdown. It is none other than the team Pakistan, going up high and mighty on that. But for how many points of a difference are they gonna be on the crown champion? This is the question, because after this, if Pakistan is on the crown champion, Andy, that instantly means Indonesia just like got thrown away from the number one position by measly 1, maybe 2, or maximum 3 points.
Yep, and a grueling fight against Indonesia, I can say. Pakistan proved their dominance, combining aggression, precision, and strategy to secure their victory. So again, this is a much convincing win, for the side of Pakistan. We all know how hard they fought, just to make sure they secured a top spot. From statement wins to calculated eliminations, they have held their ground, and now they stand at the top of this tournament scene. Now, for Indonesia, I'm pretty sure they're at the second place. They're the runners-up, the runner-ups. It was a phenomenal fight they put up throughout the tournament. It was also a relentless aggression and fearless engagements that made them one of the most exciting teams to watch here. And they pushed Pakistan to the absolute limit. And as you can see on the screen, it's Nepal Blue coming in at third place. We got Red coming in at fourth. Malaysia and Jordan also belongs in the top 6.
This is the top 6, ladies and gentlemen, but unfortunately for all the other teams, Vietnam, Syria, Nepal, White, Sri Lanka, Laos, Mongolia, Bangladesh, Maldives, Timor-Leste, and Lebanon, they are not going to have even a slightest bit of that prize pool for themselves. But yes, congratulations to Jordan, Malaysia, Nepal, Red, Blue, Indonesia, and last but not the least, Pakistan, as they are the crown champions for this Asian showdown. But Andy, there's still one more thing missing. There is still one more thing missing, and that is the MVP distribution. Who will be on the MVP side? Who will have that extra 50k NPR just for himself? Because right now, Pakistan's chances after this win of a chicken dinner, because of the survival, just alone survival, not the elimination, they are looking really good.
Yep, I'm also waiting for that one to see just like who really got the crown for the MVP ranks.
There we go.
None other than Falak, ladies and gents. Malak Pick had been pretty consistent when it comes to like being at the top spot when gunning for that MVP title. But at the end of 15 matches that we've had so far, at the top it is Falak, and we didn't call it out just a while ago, before we even started the 5 matches, that if actually Pakistan could be at the top here and win the 50,000 Nepali rupees for the MVP, man, they've already swept, the prize pool all to themselves. The entirety of the prize pool is theirs.
45% of the total prize pool goes towards the team Pakistan at this point. Falak, 33 elimination, 5,381 damage, 1641 is the average survival time. IQ with 28 elimination, 5,285. We have 19 minutes of survival. Killer YT, 31, 18 minutes of survival. Precious, 29, 1545. And T24 with 26, 1749. But where is the Malakbek? I'm not seeing Malakbek. Why? What happened? What happened to that guy? How did he, from number 1 position onto the overall MVP ranking, all the way not even into the top 5?
There was a lot of last-minute comebacks and intense rivalries that happened, and I think it was really quite a disaster that happened during the final round in Midamar. I think that was the one that really put the nail in the coffin there for Malakbek in terms of like getting the MVP ranking. But of course, again, if you guys seen the leaderboard just a while ago, it was just like a 10-point difference between Jordan and Vietnam. Jordan's WWCD a while ago, earlier, really put them in the spotlight. While Vietnam, again, they've had some flashes of great gameplays all throughout the entirement, keeping things unpredictable, but they were 10-point shorts, at making it to the top 6.
I mean, the top 6 is was the last line of defense for all the teams, and majority of them actually failed to even do that. I remember Nepal White, the day number 1 and the day number 2 were really good for them at one point in time. They started really good. They were at like hashtag number 7, hashtag number 8. They were staying there consistently, but suddenly a wave came in, swept everybody away, and that is one of the reasons that right now Nepal White is no longer into not even the first chart, but on the second chart, the start of the second chart. They are on the second chart, maybe number 9 position at this time, and super far away from the top 6 whatsoever. The points difference is super immense. We were so focused on talking about the top line teams, the difference between the top line teams, the 1 and 2, that we almost forgot to talk about the teams and the least, I'd say, price pool fragment area, the position the teams that needed to be in. That difference was also like 10-12 points throughout the whole time.
And all I know, after 15 grueling matches here in the Asia Showdown, brought to you by the Esports Association of Nepal, well, we've already come to an epic conclusion. The dust had already settled and the battles have already ended here, and now we have our final rankings, again with Pakistan standing tall as the undisputed champions. But at the same time, we have to also give it to Indonesia, because, again, they fought until the very last match. Unfortunately, they had an early elimination in the last Midamar, but they did actually keep Pakistan on edge throughout the tournament. And I can still commend, their aggressive playstyle and high elimination count, which is 102, made them a true menace, inside the game. But in the end, again, we have to give it to the team of Pakistan, because they held on just long enough to take everything out of this competition.
They did. They in fact did. And on top of that, my cat is stuck as well with this chair, so I do have to take her out as well. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, aside from that, everything worked out beautifully. Teams did a very beautiful job on that. They played really good into the proximity on how they were playing and everything. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is all it for the action of the 3 days of the Asia Showdown with you guys throughout the whole journey. It was me, and with me it was Red Queen to assist me throughout the whole journey. Thank you so much, Red Queen, for joining us once again, and it was a delight to work with you.
Yes, sir. And of course, if you guys loved what you see, what you've witnessed so far in the entirety of this tournament, don't forget to hit that sub button, of course, to support the organization. And also, if you guys are, you did love our commentary, don't forget to follow us on our social media platforms as well. Our names are just right down below. I'll see you guys soon in the next tournament. Bye.